Aspek waren nila. Ipis ba yung jam mo? I don't like my stuff. But this is setup. Yeah. But basic. I like the end of the 3 minutes, please. End of the 3 minutes.
Nalin, 진짜 거나?
You guys want a drink? Have you?
No, fine. Sir.
Trouble is, you come high and you get more wind. Gosh. This is just going to be a nightmare, this. It's just going to be a nightmare. You can't commentate with this on.
The sun will be in your way. It's fine.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I just, I won't be able to, there's too much background noise. You see what I mean? There's just
Right,
that
ladies
wind.
and gentlemen, welcome to the late final match between
guy, no?
Zimbabwe
Sorry?
and the USA. Both
tournament so far, meeting each other in the round robin stage. I'd just like to thank Vice44, Visit, Sulky Tourism, and Devil's Peak Lager, the flight sponsors of the Sporting World Cup. At this point, I'd just like to call on the two teams to thank fans.
We'll just keep it to me, please.
Right, and without further ado, I'd like to
That's still okay.
standing for the
Oh gosh.
I think we lost an arm there.
That bitten.
That's okay. So it might quieten down, yeah. It's better if you can see everything.
have the 40s World Cup here at Plymouth, and wish both sides the best for today and the best team win. If I could just ask you, Jason, to stick around for a quick photograph before the game starts. Thank you very much.
Can't see the light. Where's Mangana?
Sarah. Sarah. Are you picking up the camera there?
Good luck.
Let's plug the HDMI output back in.
We all okay?
Yes, we're okay.
Hope that white wind dies down and doesn't get any worse.
Tell me what's
Well, good morning everybody. Welcome to Claremont Cricket Club. We're on the Burt Oval today. Umpires are out, England batsmen are at the middle, and the Australian team are coming to the field. It's a warm, sunny day here, a lot of wind. We're 6 metres up on the scaffolding to give you the best possible vantage point. It's England versus Australia for the third and fourth place playoff in the International Masters World Cricket Competition being held in Cape Town, South Africa. England have won the toss and elected to bat. The match officials today are Jayton Carveer and Abdul Steenkamp. Very special club is Claremont Cricket Club, third oldest in South Africa, constituted in 1876, and there have been many international cricketers that have played here and many national cricketers from South Africa, in particular Alan Dawson in 1999, Gary Kirsten a little earlier in 1993, and Jacques Kallis in 1996. Let's just run through the England lineup. England are batting, so it's going to be Ben France with number 1 on his back, who is opening with Nick Compton, number 6. Number 3, Chris Hewison. Number 4, Darren Stevens. Darren's captained the club here for 2 years previously. Steve Naylor at 5, Justin Bishop at 6, Gary Park at 7, Sean Park, the wicketkeeper for England today, is at 8, Ben Fraser 9, Johnny Whiteman comes in for Mohamed Akhtar, he's at 10, and Chris Swallow 11, with George Brooksbank at number 12. England obviously can play 12 players. So first ball of the day, just on the inside edge, should be 2 runs there. England coming back for the second. That's Ben France. Big oval here today, and we hope to give you a really good coverage of the day's proceedings from here. You're getting a beautiful view there. It's very windy, so apologies if you hear a lot of rattling and noise from sheets. We've just got a few elements to contend with. But Ben France to continue facing. Nice shape there. Just sorting out a few technical issues with the cameras. And again, very nice shape from the opening bowler there. It's a full toss and driven, nicely fielded at extra point. Ball coming on nicely there to France. Drives that quite nicely to mid-off region. Stephen Baker, the keeper today for Australia. That's the end of the over. So the 2 runs off the over. Just waiting to get the stats up on the screen so I can give you overs and runs. Bear with us for the moment. It's going to be Grant Milbank coming on from the commentary end. He's got number 28 on his shirt. Nick Compton facing for England. So we've got a little bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. A little bit uppish on the drive there to mid-off. It's well saved in the mid-wicket region there. Milbank to continue. A little bit short, and that's pulled on the leg side. So that's 4 runs. First 4 to England. Pulled square by Compton. Looked to have a lot of time there. Nicely forward there by Compton. Good forward defensive. Andrew Downton, who opened the bowling for Australia against England in the group stage, has been rested today. We hopefully will have him on commentary. He bowls left arm over. Bit fuller there, and that's driven nicely by Compton. One step down the track, and that looked very easy for him. Almost made it into a full toss there. That's well bowled by Milbank. Nice recovery. So that's the end of the over. That's nice in-swing and delivery there. France equal to that. Peter Atkinson is the other opening bowler from the far end. He's bowling his right arm medium pace. He's got a lovely shape there. We've got a strong gust from our left coming across him. So he's bowling into that, so he's getting some good shape. There, you saw that as well. It's nicely driven to the offside. It's just a misfield there. Just picked up inside the boundary. So just the 2 runs to France. Takes the score on to 12 for no wicket. of 2.2 overs. Muted shout there for LBW. It's a beautiful batting strip there today. England having won the toss, no hesitation about batting first today. They've got to really put on a big score and getting Australia to chase that. England batters haven't really fired with the bat. There's been a number of innings, but nobody's actually scored a century for England in this World Cup compared to some of the other teams like New Zealand. That's nicely played by France. Looks very easy there. Head over the ball. Very solid. Ben France has had a little bit of a niggle of an injury at the start, so he's not had as much cricket as he probably would have liked. Can make up for it today though. That's a full toss and certainly not put away. So it's just gone to the extra cover region. That's the end of the over from Peter Atkinson, and the score is 12 of 3 overs. Let's just have a quick look at the England batting in this tournament so far. Nick Compton leads the runs with 153 runs off 6 innings and an average of 30.6. Steve Naylor, 150 runs. He's had 4 innings and a really good average of 75. Justin Bishop, 148 runs in 4 innings at 37. Great 81 he made against the USA at Redham House. Ben Fraser, 110 runs in 3 innings, good average of 36.67. And Chris Hewison, 107 in 3 innings. He's playing today, so he'll be looking to add to that. Milbank to continue with his left arm over from the commentary end. And that's pulled again by Compton. Anything short is going to go, so that's another 4 runs to the total. Just carrying on with the batting, Gary Park, 100 runs in 4 innings with an average of 33.3, and Darren Stevens, 88 runs in 5 innings with an average of 22. That's full again into the mid-wicket region, but stop there. James Pinelli is captaining the Australian side today in the absence of Justin Poole. Oh, that's driven beautiful. Great stop there at the extra cover region by Tim McDonald. Oh, it's gone over the top. 1 bounce to the boundary, so that's another 4 to Compton. He's really pushing on quickly. Looks in belligerent form today. Scores moved on to 20. 1 ball left in the over. Australia need to keep this tight. The game today is for the 3rd and 4th place playoff. England played South Africa in the semi-final and lost, unfortunately, by 17 runs, and Australia played New Zealand and they lost. That's just down the leg side. Could be a 2 there. Man's coming round, saves a 4. It's good fielding. The fine leg region. So 2 more to the total, takes the score on to 22 or 4 overs. Oh, we've got 1 more ball left in the over, apologies. Not quite seeing all the screen here, there's a little bit of glint of sun on the screen. And that's driven through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. It's racing away to the boundary. So Compton adds another 4 to his total. A little bit short from Millbank there. So the score is now 26 for no wicket, or 4 overs. Yeah, just coming back to that semi-final, and Australia lost a very close game to New Zealand, who've progressed to the final, which is the grand final. That's tomorrow. That's going to be at Western Province Cricket Club, and it's going to be New Zealand against the hosts, South Africa. Starts at 10:15, and that'll all be live streamed, so please do tune in. Solid from France there. Peter Atkinson is bowling a really good line there, just shaping the ball nicely into the left-hander, not giving France any width. As you probably know as well, first power play, first 15 overs, only 3 outside the 30-yard ring, and that's nicely driven by France. So unfortunately, just as I said, Atkinson wasn't giving any width. That was just wide to France, who took full advantage. It's a big oval here today. Runs quickly away to the outfield, to the boundary. And again from France, he's put that over the top, so a couple of bounces to the ropes, another 4 for France. So it's really positive from England today. As I was saying, they really haven't hit their straps, or any one cricketer has got a big score, so perhaps today is the day. Need to be very positive, England. Certainly from previously recorded scores, this is a 300 wicket, so England won't be happy for anything less than 300 today, and equally that's very gettable for the this very talented Australian side. Cosbeadle at the top of the order as well for Australia is a huge threat for England. Oh, a little bit unsure there from France what to play there, whether he was playing on the leg side. Just got an inside edge. Beautiful setting here at Claremont Cricket Club in Constantia. You've got the backdrop of Table Mountain to our right. And again driven. There is a long off down there. And we've also got on the Ardern Oval, which is behind us, we're slightly elevated. Zimbabwe are playing USA today, and looks like we're going to have a feast of cricket. So Compton to face Atkinson. Score is 35 for no wicket. That's well left by Compton. Good pace and bounce. So at the end of that over, 35 is the score for no wicket. 5 overs gone. France is on 13, and Nick Compton's pushed on very quickly to 22 runs off 13. Just running through the Australia team for today. James Pinelli is the captain in place of Justin Poole. Stephen Baker is the wicket keeper. Ryan Armstrong, Jeff Hemming, Cosbeadle, Greg Hunt, Tim McDonald, Scott Jarvis, Danny Batra, Ryan Snate, Peter Atkinson and Grant Millbank. Teams can play 12, and they'll rotate one player off every 5 overs. We've had some wonderful weather these last 2 weeks in Cape Town. Absolutely scorching weather. We went out yesterday, and a lot of the teams are doing various trips in their days off. The England team, part of the team, went to Franschhoek and did the wine tram. So there's a lot of wine tasting going on there. Other members went to the beach, up to the... You can actually walk up Table Mountain as well. So Ben France to face the new bowling of James Pinelli. So change of bowling, early doors. James Pinelli bowled really well in the group stage encounter. He took 4 wickets against England, so I was a little bit surprised that he didn't start off. But it's been a long tournament for these guys. This is their 7th game. That's nicely played on the offside and well in. Yeah, there's been a lot of cricket. I think it's about 7 games in 11 days. So it's been a real push for the guys. Some injuries naturally have formed. But most of the guys, I think, have got through unscathed. It's coming onto the bat nicely there. France is the batter facing Pinelli here. In the last game, England played Australia. England won by 2 runs, and it was a real nail-biter. England posted 201 all out, and Australia were 199 for 9. So I suspect we're going to see another nail-biter today. I fully expect Australia to be chasing whatever England post. That's nicely driven out. It's a good effort from Pinelli. Looks as though he just got a foot or it hit the stumps, but well fielded, just the single run. Yeah, in that game, Gary Park actually top scored with 65 runs. England had a little bit of an early order collapse, but as I said, James Pinelli took 4 for 29 off his 9 overs and was man of the match. Also took a smashing catch at in the mid-wicket region. So I do see it and expect a really good match-up between these two sides today. And that's given out. So Compton's been given out, caught by Baker down the leg side. Looks as though he was pushing across his stumps, but that's the first wicket for England. And that looked a loose shot from Nick Compton. He's been very solid. So Pinelli takes the first wicket. 36 for 1. So Pinelli looks as though he's continuing his form in the group stage game, where he took 4 wickets. So that's a big loss for England. Drinks just coming on for the Australian bowlers. Chris Hewison's the new man in for England. Hasn't had a lot of cricket. Didn't play in the semi-final. He was rested, so he's got a big case to prove, and he'll get hopefully under the skin of the Australian bowlers. But let's see. Pinelli's on a bit of a roll against England. Just having a quick look at the stats actually for the Australian bowling in this tournament so far, and Scott Jarvis leads the way with wickets. He's taken 15 wickets, which is an absolutely monumental total really, only for 156 runs at 10.4 as an average, so that's really his top draw. Jamie Pinelli has taken 9 so far, well 10 including that one of Nick Compton, for only 125 runs at an average of 13.89. So it's the right-handed bat of Chris Hewison. Plays his cricket at South Northumberland Cricket Club. Just plays that, and he's off the mark. It's a single there. He's quick between the wickets for a big man. The other bowlers for Australia, Ryan Snate has taken 8 wickets for 163 runs at an average of 20.38. Andrew Downton, who's not playing today, the left arm opening bowler, has taken 7 wickets for 159 at an average of 22.71. And Richie Wild has taken 5 wickets for 175 runs at an average of 35. So good all-round effort from the Australian bowlers there. Current score, England 37 for 1, or 6. Peter Atkinson to continue. Few little changes in the field. Got 2 slips now in for Hewison and a gully. So very traditional in a ring. Oh, that's gone right through everything and over the stumps. Hewison was very lucky there. Just a bounce really has saved him. I don't know how much you're seeing, or I can see on the screen, sorry, the infield. We got 2 slips and a gully, got an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and just behind square, and that shaped away nicely. So maybe Hewison was trying to adjust for the swing, but if that was a little lower, that would have taken that off peg out. Third man down there as well, just for the one off the edge. Good length from Atkinson. And that's cut through the offside. That should run away for 4 runs. Milbank's the man chasing there, number 28 on his back. So it's 4 runs to the total, takes the score on to 41 for 1. Very quick outfield here. Almost touched the ball and it's gone across the surface like lightning to the boundary. And that's nice shape. Atkinson there, good length. Just squeezed between bat and pad there. A little bit of an appeal there from the Australian fielders, but I think from the wicket-keeper or bowler. So that's the end of the over, 41 for 1 of 7. In some of the other games today, as you'll appreciate, this is the sort of playoff stage. We had the semi-finals for the main final, but there are some playoffs. Obviously, today's game is for 3rd and 4th place. USA are playing Zimbabwe on the Ardern Field at Claremont Cricket Club. That's for the 5th and 6th place playoff. Wales versus Namibia are at Rondebosch Cricket Club for the 7th and 8th place playoff, as Pinelli comes in with that lovely action. Very side on. I think I said in the group stage game it looks very Richard Hadley-esque, or perhaps a bit more Dennis Lilly, which is akin to Australian cricket. Got that sweatband on his left arm. And that's a good shout for LBW. Abdullah Steenkamp is the umpire, from the commentary end. Maybe just going down the leg side. Certainly benefit of doubt to the batter there. And Jatin Karveer is the umpire who's at point. The other games, we've got Sri Lanka, who are playing India today at Cape Town Cricket Club. That's for the 9th and 10th place playoff. And Canada versus the UAE. They're playing at the beautiful Greenpoint Cricket Club for the 11th and 12th place playoff. Bit fuller there. France has pushed that out to the extra cover region for a single. Set off quickly. And the grand final is this Friday, which is tomorrow. Sort of lose track a little bit of time when you're on tour, but that's South Africa versus New Zealand at Western Province Cricket Club. Starts at 10:15, and that's driven by Hewison, very strong on the drive. Interesting to see how he approaches today's innings, whether he looks to build or whether he goes at it as Compton did right from the off. Ryan Armstrong is the man at the extra cover region there, who's just fielding, threw it into the keeper. And that's no run. Scott Jarvis there at mid-off. He's been in great form with the ball. As I was saying, he's taken 15 wickets so far. So the score's moved on to 42 for 1 off 8. Ben France on 15. He leads the way for the England runs at the moment. Fine legs, just come in about 10 yards off the boundary. And the third man is just coming up into the ring. There we are. You can just see a little bit more of the field placings there. There's a camera zoomed out for you. That's very well bowled. Great fielding there. Quick single was not taken there. Ryan Armstrong was the fielder there. Just on the legs, sort of stump region there. France couldn't get that away. Peter Atkinson bowling a good line and length here. Just frustrating France. Got the long on, long off back. Bit shorter there, quick single there. That's good running from England. No one out on the deep square though for France. So long on and long off, just coming in for Chris Hewison. Very much an offside field here today. For Hewison, he's got one slip. Looks like just behind point. Point, extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and just behind square. That's cut, but that's not going anywhere. No real force or venom behind that shot from Hewison. Lovely to see the people as well walking around the boundary. Both England and Australia, plus spectators. It's just played off the back foot, so good length there from Atkinson. Caught in two minds, I think, there, Chris Hewison. Not sure whether he was driving that or punching that off the back foot. And that's going to be a single, nicely fielded there in the point region. Just a single to England. So that takes the score to 44 for 1 off 9. France is on 16 and Hewison is on 6. So that was a big loss for England. Compton early on looked really well set there. Pinelli continues. This is his third over. He's bowled very well. 1 for 3 so far. That's played over the infield. Should run away for 4. But there is Cosbeadle chasing that. May just get there. Oh, it's just touched the ropes and gone over. So that's 4 to Hewison. Again, not convincing. I'd like to see Chris Hewison really going through with that shot. Australia have elected to keep fielders more in the ring. That's no run. Looked for it, but decided against. That was a very wise move. Milbank's the man at mid-on. Again, that's very well run from Hewison. France going to the striker's end. Coming through for a very good single there. Takes the score on to 49. Good use of the feet. Oh, that's great fielding. Great fielding at the short extra. Tim McDonald's the fielder down there. Dive to his left. So it's a really good performance in the field by Australia here, keeping things as they did in the group stage game. Very tight in that inner ring, good intensity. Oh, and he's played on, so Pinelli has taken another wicket. That's the wicket of Ben France. It's played on, and England lose their second wicket 49 for 2. That's a big loss for England and for Ben France. He was looking to get well set there, but wasn't a lot of foot movement. Just unfortunately left the bat out there and it caught the inside edge. Pinelli's bowled a really good tight line. So that brings Darren Stevens to the wicket. He's England's number 4 batter. Captained Claremont Cricket Club for 2 seasons, so he knows this ground and this track very well. England need a big innings from Darren Stevens today. Apologies if you're hearing a little bit of noise in the background there, it's very windy up on the top of this scaffolding today. If you can imagine, if you can probably see the sight screen at the opposite end of the ground, we're up by the trees, so you can see those swirling around the leaves, and so there's a few elements to contend with. So Darren Stevens, right-handed bat. You can probably see the wind from the trees there. I'm holding on to the monitor here just to stop it falling off. So apologies there if you are getting a little bit of background interference. So good start from Australia, 49 for 2, 1 ball left in the over. Certainly not the start that England were looking for. See the stumps just being blown off there. Sorry, the bail, not the stump. The wind's just picking up a little bit more. We've had quite a lot of wind in Cape Town recently, which is normally around March time. But in comes Pinelli. He's got the wind behind him. That's nicely played by Stevens. Forward there. Looks as though it's going to be Atkinson to continue from the far end. No, we've got a change of bowling. Scott Jarvis is the player coming on from the far end. He's bowled really well in this competition. Right arm medium pace. Let's have a quick look at the field. He's got a deep point as an outfielder, fine leg, and a third man. Other than that, in the ring, we've got Greg Hunt at first slip. Looks like point. That's full. Nicely driven by Stevens. Didn't capitalise on that midfield there. Sorry, that was Hewison. Apologies. Drove very, very sweetly there to the mid-off region. It's played off the legs. There's a man down there. Should be just a single. Ryan Snape is the man down at Wideish Fine Leg. I was having a chat with him after the England and Australia cricket match. If I recall correctly, I think he plays his cricket at Strathfield, who have a very strong Masters team. And I believe Cosbeadle also plays for Strathfield, but apologies if I'm wrong on that front. Just played out by Stevens there to the mid-on region. England have moved on to 50, so 50 for 2 off 10.3. Stevens just letting the ball come on there, using all the pace of the wicket. And it's edged, and that's been caught. So Darren Stevens has been caught at first slip by Greg Hunt. So England lose their third wicket. That certainly got big on Stevens, but it was a really good take. So Jarvis takes another wicket, and he's proving a real handful for England. Drinks just coming on for the Australian fielders and bowlers. That's a big wicket Australia have got. Steve Naylor is the next batsman in for England. He's got number 77 on his shirt. So Darren Stevens out. Naylor needs to continue his form from the previous game against South Africa in the semi-final. England all sorts of problems here now, 3 down. And that's 3 big wickets of France, Compton and Stevens. Jarvis bowling just the absolute perfect length there, and Hunt was there nicely to take that at chest height. Naylor plays that straight, and I've been joined by Ben Fraser from England. Ben, welcome. It's very windy up here, so I'm trying to hold on to things as you get set. England lost 3 wickets there, big wickets. How do you read the situation?
Morning, Woody. Hope you're well. Of course, a bit of a climb up that gantry. Well, we're 50 for 3 here. Yeah, we've just lost a couple there, but we're going to have to rebuild for a bit here.
Yeah. As you can tell, it's very windy up here. We're sort of holding on to everything, but you get a great view. And that one just got big on Stevens, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked like a bounce. Yeah, quite a bit off the length. Boys saying the pitch is playing well though.
Good.
50 for 3 doesn't quite read like that.
No. Yeah, there's a little bit of, I think, from this end for the batters, and in the Over-50s World Cup, England played here against the USA in the semi-finals, and from the bowling from that far end, there's not a ridge, but it just gets big on the bat, and that certainly took the outside edge and was one ball by Greg Hunt there at first step. Pinelli's continuing his form. He's a bit of a revelation for Australia against England. 4 in the first innings, wickets, and 2 so far today.
Yeah, he bowled excellently in the first game. A bit surprised he didn't open today. I don't know what the reason behind that was, but he's come on and he's just hit that length, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. He's got a very classical action. Looks with the wind behind him as well. That's going to help. He's very streamlined in his approach. You can see there's a nice run there and delivery. Oh, and he's played on again. So Australia have taken their 4th wicket, and that's Chris Hewison who's played on again. So the pace of the wicket certainly dictating England are losing wickets, and very quick wickets.
This could be a quick commentary stint for me, would he?
Yeah, you need to go and get
one more. I've got to go get my pads on.
Yeah. Just went back there, didn't he? And not all the way back. I feel that he's just been caught a little bit in the crease there, Chris Hewison, today, not knowing whether to drive or go back.
Yeah. A bit tough in the stick or twist there, really. Do you look to sort of bat time rebuild, or do you keep being positive?
So Justin Bishop is the new batter for England. Plays his cricket at Bury St Edmunds. He's left-handed bat. So the Australians cock a hoop, 4 wickets down and 4 big wickets. Real blow for England, having lost those 4 wickets on what looks an absolute peach of a batting track. But England need to rebuild through Naylor and Bishop. Naylor might be full of confidence after his last knock against
he batted,
South Africa.
He batted beautifully against South Africa the other day. Kept us in the match. It's just dropped down to 5 today, so he's full of confidence now. So hopefully at least he can bat another sort of 15 overs here, 10-15 overs, tick it along and just let us rebuild for a hit towards the end.
I don't think it was in the script to lose 4 wickets for 50 at the start, and so Australia have done very well here. England do need to rebuild and take time to rebuild, because they cannot afford another wicket to be lost.
Ideal pair though, these two, left hand, right hand. I like that combination.
Yeah.
Disrupt the bowler's length and line. If you think change it, mix it up.
That's a beautiful shot of his legs. 2 runs there, Bishop.
He's been since the day we landed. Bish, he's been timing the ball so well. I think he's due a big one today.
So for England, James Pinelli 3 for 10 or 3.4 so far. So he certainly likes bowling against England. And that's a very good line. Just letting the wicket do anything else, but he's got his line right. Australia have also adopted, obviously they can only have 3 outside, but they certainly want more in the inner ring as well, just keeping pressure on the England batters, stopping those singles, which they did in the group stage game. And that's nicely covered by Bishop. As you say, he uses his feet well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. And I like how he's always looking to be positive as well. Even though we're 52 for 4 here and we've got to rebuild, we can still be. He's positive in everything he does, defence or attack, and he knows the ground well. So
yes, yeah, of course he played here for 2 years, didn't he? I think Justin, in his club cricket days, whilst he was over here.
He told me in the warm-up he took 100 wickets here in 2 years.
Wow, that's incredible.
I think he must have been playing some cheeky midweek friendlies in there. It's a lot of wickets.
It's a lot of wickets, isn't it?
He's got big support back home, Bish. the Berry lads. They'll be on here watching probably.
That's good to know. It's good to know. And certainly coming up higher, you just watch the foot movement of the cricketers. And I know Bish likes to get across, doesn't he? Just got to be careful he doesn't get too far across to Pinelli. And he's obviously then looking for the LBW, but Jarvis to continue. It's a shout for LBW. Looks as though that was going down the leg stump region.
This is a good battle. Jarvis and Nails, they're good friends. Played with each other in Australia.
Okay.
So
Where did Naylor play his cricket in Australia?
I think he played in a couple of places, Melbourne, Queensland, maybe Sydney as well.
That's driven. Well fielded by the feet of Jarvis. I was saying in the last game when we were up high as well, he does stand quite a long way from his leg stump, doesn't he?
I was just about to point that out actually.
Yes.
I don't know whether it's a slight angle, but it looks like he's a few inches outside leg here.
I asked him the question as to why he does that, and he said it just gets the bowler to bowl straight at me. So Jarvis is certainly doing that. England 52 for 4 in the 13th over. Under real pressure here now. Jarvis has been a bit of a revelation on the competition so far. It's taken 15 wickets for 156 runs at an average of 10.4 before this game. So he's the leading wicket taker for Australia. That's nicely covered. Did you ever get to play? I know you play. Is it Hertfordshire?
Yeah.
You play for?
Yeah.
Did you ever get to play Naylor when he played for minor counties cricket for?
Yeah.
Is it Berkshire?
We played for a couple. We played for Berkshire, Buckinghamshire. Yeah, I've had many battles with Nails over the years.
It's just played onto the onside for no runs.
We had the, I can't remember what year it was, about 10 years ago now. It was like Berkshire, Hertfordshire, one day final at Lords. Nails got me out, unfortunately.
Oh.
She keeps telling me about.
Big score, I hope.
Ish.
So Naylor's not off the mark yet. He's got no runs off 7 balls, and Bishop's got 2 off 3. England 52 for 4 off 13. 15 overs is the first drinks break and the end of the first power play. That must be an amazing place to play cricket, Lords.
Oh yes, this the dream, isn't it, to play there? I'm very fortunate in the MCC to have played there a couple of times.
You have, yeah.
Along with Hertfordshire. Yeah, it's just a very special place.
And I know you're an MCC member. Have you had some good tours? As in comes Pinelli. Oh, that's just gone past the outside edge. Bishop looked as though he was just walking away from his crease there, and then Baker was almost a remake of the Ashes.
There was the old best though, Carey there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Go watch these Aussies, Woody. Yeah.
Quick work from Baker there. Just down on the leg side. That's going to run away. So that's 4 runs to Bishop. Just erring on the leg side. That's the first one I think Pinelli's bowled on that leg stump region. Nicely tucked off his hips there by Bishop. No man down there. I'm surprised actually. They've got a third man, but I would have thought for Bishop, they love everything on the leg side, don't they? Why they haven't got a fine leg down there, but obviously feel that sort of slip region is where they're likely to save the 4.
Left.
And that's very well left, yeah. Just shaping in a little bit to the keeper at the end. Have you been on some MCC tours, Ben?
Yeah, I've been on a couple. I did Holland many years ago, which was good fun. We played the Dutch national team a few times. Played Italy and Germany. It was a good little week in the dam. And then I've done a couple of like smaller tours with them. Did the Swiss Alps, which was a good tour.
Yeah.
Not a 2020 tour.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the stand of the grounds, what were they like?
Yeah, they were quite nice actually. They were like, it was a school grounds with Astro wickets and stuff like that.
Okay.
But Holland were fantastic grounds. Wickets were a bit dusty and stuff like that, but
it's nicely played by Bishop back. And turf wickets, or they used to play on coconut matting wickets when I played in Holland, but that was in the that must have been early 90s, late 80s probably.
Yeah, we played one game. I think it was against Italy. It was actually a turf wicket and then a Astro outfield as well, which was quite interesting. But against Holland, they were proper turf wickets.
That's nicely played on the leg side, no run. And there is a player that used to play for Holland as well, called Billy Stelling. I don't know if you've heard the name Billy Stelling. He also played for this cricket club and represented Holland in the World Cup, actually. Played some club cricket as well in England, but he was a little bit before your time, perhaps. I think he's still very much in the Cape Town region. Very quick bowler. So Jarvis still to continue from the far end into the wind. Naylor's looking to get off the mark. We got some cricket on behind us as well, Ben.
Yeah.
USA versus Zimbabwe.
That's the 5th and 6th berth, isn't it?
Yes,
Down there.
that's correct.
Not bad second ground, is it?
No, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Better than most English Premier League grounds. Comfortable. 6 nets. Tell a lie. 8 nets. They've got another 2 over there. Some grass wickets.
There's one.
Fantastic.
I wonder how many members they have here. Obviously, the first will play home and away on this table, and the thirds will play home and away on the second table. We also have a lot of wandering sides come and play here as well. In fact, Richard Gill, the gentleman that organised the golf day, plays his cricket here. We used to play his cricket here, and certainly the Clermont Gents also play here. I think along with a few of the Zimbabwe lads who are playing today. Bertie Erasmus plays his cricket here, so very well known club. It's played to the onside there, and England unfortunately missing out with the leg spin of Mo Akhtar today, who's not very well. Mo, if you're listening to the live streaming, we hope you're well and recovering in the hotel.
He's come down with a sort of dose of flu, I think.
Just played to the onside. That's going to be the first runs for Naylor. Just played to the mid-on region. So England are a lot more tentative here now, and rightly so. 57 for 4 or 14.4. Period of rebuilding required from England here. I was talking about past scores here based on just before you came up to the commentary area. I was originally thinking 300 based on what New Zealand have posted in the past here. But I'm not so sure now, based on
if we get to 300
wickets,
from here, there'll be some.
It will be amazing, yeah. But with those 4 wickets having gone down, certainly a readjustment required.
Yeah, I think you saw from the semi-finals, any scores around 225, around that sort of mark, they're difficult to chase. But again, the wickets we've been playing on are completely different to this. All the other wickets have been very used.
Oh, that's gone through past the outside edge of Bishop there. Good bowling by Jarvis. So that's the end of the over. That's 57 for 4 after the 15th over. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Welcome back. England 57 for 4. Has it gone in the air? Just dropped short of the man at the extra cover region there. So a little uppish from Naylor there. Tim McDonald was the fielder there. That's certainly the fortune that England need. Can't afford another wicket at this stage. Got to rebuild the innings, England. Bishop's facing Pinelli. And it's gone off to the edge, gone through. It's gone through the slip region. Greg Hunt's the fielder there. That's gone for 4. So what much needed runs there for England. Takes the score on to 62 now.
This third man
It's a commentator's curse, you see. I said that earlier, didn't I?
Yeah.
And, maybe they're listening on commentary. Slip region, so didn't go between the gap, did it, between the gully and
No.
first slip?
Pretty poor effort to slip to stop that.
Yeah. It's bowling a good length there, Pinelli. What was the feeling in the England camp then after the semi-final loss? Obviously disappointment, but things to work on for this game.
Yeah, oh well, everyone was, as you can imagine, gutted that the sort of tournament came to an end. I know we had this game today, but no one really wants to be playing in the third and fourth playoff. I think there's just a bit of frustration that we didn't perform as we know we should have done, really. There's a couple of moments in the game, where we, from 100, I think they were 145 at one point, just let them get 225. It's probably 15 and 20 too many.
It's nicely played by Bishop.
Frustration that we bowled, I think, 3 or 4 no balls.
Yeah.
The no ball, the free hits all went for boundaries. You look at things like that, and so on the bowling side there was frustration from us as a group about that, and then the batting, we just had that cluster of wickets in the middle order. I think to Castle's last over, he picked up Steve-O and Gary Park, and we just left us a little bit too much to do. Real frustration, because it was a game that we should have won. I think we played the majority of the cricket in there. But it was interesting talking to the South Africans afterwards. They've been playing together for sort of 2 or 3 years now, and they know everyone's game plan, and how to adapt in different situations. And we've only played pre-World Cup for
Australia cock a hoop here, obviously, and rightly so. The players all in that huddle, very positive. Drinks come out from the support staff and the management. But that was a good take by Baker down to his left. So 64 for 5. Pinelli bowling from the commentary end, 3 for 19. So new over, Bishop to face. So Australia have got their tails up, and the wind's behind them, everything's behind them, and that's gone past the outside edge of Bishop. So Pinelli's causing problems from the commentary end, and Jarvis is causing problems for the batters from the far end. Just gone through the gully region, no run. Just see a couple of the England management staff coming round the outfield talking. That's Luke Humphrey to my left with David Hughes. Wonder what they're discussing. That will be interesting. They've been great, both guys on this tour. That's played off the legs nicely. Man down there. Both gents have put in an amazing amount of work. Luke's got his own cricket school in England. I think it's the Hertfordshire and Essex indoor school, where they work on fast bowling and slow bowling, plus obviously batting. Got some big names in cricket involved in that. In addition to Luke Humphrey, I think Ian Pont, who used to play cricket for Essex, quick bowler. In fact, I think he played when I was playing club cricket for Bromley. He was playing in the Essex club. Benelli coming in. It's full. That's nicely played by Park. Got low, crouched low down to that. Andre Nell has also been an absolutely larger-than-life, massive influence in the England setup. Worked hard with all the players. Quick single that from Park, who runs through with Bishop. So Park's off the off 0 for 1, off 2 balls. Yeah, Andre Nell, who's doing his level 4 coaching badge. He's worked tirelessly this whole tour and been very instrumental in England's preparations. Obviously done it at the highest level, so I think he's been enjoying the coaching as well, working with all the boys. And one person England mustn't forget, and I say it from England's perspective, is Alan Jones, who's the England scorer, who's been out here. He's been doing a great job for England, scores every game for England. He's also done the over-50s as well, so thank you. Nicely driven and quickly run through by Gary Park. And I'm joined by George Brooksbank, who's come up to join us at commentary. Who's sitting down? I'm sitting up on a high chair, and you've gone down on the lower level.
Where do you want me? Should I sit in your lap?
No, you're absolutely fine where you are. But talk me through this England batting display.
Well, it's disappointing. Track's pretty good. I think everyone's eager to score runs and take advantage of it. But I think there's some tired men out there, and still feeling a little low after the loss on Tuesday. But we want to leave on a high, so this is a good opportunity for us to win 6 out of 7 and say we've beaten Australia twice. Would be not a bad consolation.
Yeah, a lot of work for the England batters to do here. Bishop's got to keep playing. These two have got to build a partnership now, and England do bat all the way down. Are you batting today, George, or is?
I hope so. I know it's sort of worrying when you're fighting out for 11 and 12. 11 is obviously better than being the designated non-batter.
Yes.
So you don't want to confuse people at home with being the non-batter.
That's driven beautifully on the offside and nicely fielded there at the mid-off region.
Yeah, nice shot from Bish. He was obviously primarily a bowler when he was younger. Bowled quick left arm over. But very competent batter at club level and minor counties. Done a job for us on this trip.
He's played well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a good player.
He's got both wickets and runs. I was reading out just before you arrived. He's got 148 runs in his 4 innings before this game. So he's done a job there. And a good innings against USA at the top of the order. He opened the innings, didn't he?
Yeah, diverse player. Can open the batting or bat middle order. I think there's definitely been a keenness from the players to bat up top. It seems to be a bit easier with the hard, newer ball coming on, and then gets a bit harder in the middle overs with spinners and slower bowlers.
Jarvis continuing from the far end. Gary Parks keep working hard in this innings. And the one that got Darren Stevens, I don't know if there was any talk about that from the in the England camp when he came back, but that just looked as though it rose off a good length, but not particularly short, because I'm sure he would have gone back and pulled that. But Just surprised by the bounce?
Yeah, I think so. Just nipped a little bit and climbed off the length. Yeah, a little unusual because the pitch is played pretty true.
Due to the Gary part, he just swatted that through the offside region.
It'll be interesting to see how he goes today. He had a long day out yesterday. Wasn't in the best of conditions last night, so interesting to see how his energy levels are.
We were doing some wine tasting yesterday. He was in our group, and what goes on tour stays on tour.
Exactly that, Woody.
But yeah, it's been a great trip though, hasn't it? I mean, how have you found the whole trip?
It's been amazing. It's been an amazing experience to be treated like a professional athlete with 3 coaches, manager, physio. I think the physio has helped out massively in getting treatment before and after games. It's been an incredible experience, and to win 5 out of 5 group games and beat Australia, that was a highlight of the trip. It's tough getting up for today. It does feel a little bit of an anticlimax after the semi-final, but as I said, I think what inspires us is the prospect of leaving here with 6 out of 7 and 2 wins against Australia.
Little adjustment of the bales there. You can see the wind in the trees. Well, it's certainly windy up high where we are. It's just down the leg side. That should be a wide. That is. Good carry through to the keeper there.
Yeah, he's done well, this chap. I think he got 4 wickets in our group game. Got out our key players. Been quite consistent for Australia, it looks like.
I think that consistency of line and length, he bowls very much wicket to wicket. That was an aberration on his part, but again, that's nicely played down the leg side. Just a single there to Bishop. And you've got your family out, have you?
I have, yeah. My wife and little daughter Isabella, they arrived on Monday. So it's been really nice seeing them. Obviously, they a couple of weeks without them. It's probably the longest break I've had away from them. And then I've got 2 boys back home who are at boarding school. So yeah, it's missed them greatly. But managed to do a couple of video calls with them. And,
great.
Harry's teacher is a Zimbabwean, so he was watching the Zimbabwean game with his teacher at school, which was nice.
Which school are they at, George?
They're at Ludgrove.
Ludgrove, okay. Well, hello to the Brooksbank Junior boys at Ludgrove. Whereabouts is that, Ludgrove?
It's in Wokingham.
Oh, okay.
Near Windsor.
Yeah, Windsor. Pinelli to continue. He's bowled well. 3 for 23 so far. England need to see off Pinelli, I think, and Jarvis from the far end.
I think Jarvis has been one of the leading wicket takers in the tournament so far.
He has. Yeah, 15 wickets
Wow.
in the tournament before this game had started, and Pinelli's done well as well. I can't go back to all my notes because I'm holding everything down in terms. So leg side, muted appeal there. Not much of an appeal from the bowler.
Well, this umpire Abdullah, he doesn't give much. He umpired for us against Canada last Sunday and turned down about 13 reasonable requests.
Very big appeal from the USA team behind us, and we heard that from where we are.
Very excitable little chaps back there.
So very steady progress from England here. And the players to miss out today from the England side: Simon Birtwistle, who played in the semi-final, Sean Rashid, Damien Westwood, and of course Mohamed Akhtar, who's unwell today. He was in the starting lineup. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, Mohamed's sadly not very well. So he's back at the hotel in bed, but he's been a great tourist. Good bowler, batted very, very well in the semi-final against South Africa, almost got us home. safe pair of hands in the field.
Yeah, he's taken some great catches. Got 49, I think, in the
That's right.
semi-final. And when England were certainly in the 130s, 140s, he came in and played a really good knock. Looks as though it's to continue. Interesting to see what other bowlers Australia used today based on injuries and how worn they are. This is the 7th game so far in about 11 or 12 days, I think, George. So how are you bearing up personally?
Yeah, I'm holding up pretty good. I had a few issues with that calf before I came out here. I mean, 6 weeks ago I could barely walk, let alone run. So I've done a lot of rehab on that, and so far so good. So I'm pleased with myself.
Chance to continue. It's nicely left there. Outside, he was stuck quite a long way off the stump region there.
There's a hell of a wind picked up now, blowing a hoolie into Jarvis's face. Hope I don't have to bowl that out.
Yeah, there are other Australian bowlers I expect we'll see. Ryan Snape, who's taken 8 wickets so far. That's nicely played. Well run by Bishop. Good quick single. England needs some more of that. Just keep rotating this this batting. So he's he had Ryan Snape's in the team today.
Bowls off spin.
Yeah, bowls off spin, and Australia have left out a few that played against England in that group stage game. Andrew Downton, who's got the nice surname of Downton, as we know from Downton Abbey. He took 3 wickets in the group stage game.
Was that the left armour?
Yeah. Yeah, he opened the bowling at Rondebosch, where England played, and he got a little bit of bounce, didn't he? Got wickets early on.
He did. Well, and there was a left armour replaced him today. We thought he'd lost a bit of weight and put a syrup on, but it's a different bloke.
He wasn't as effective as Andrew Downton.
Not quite.
It's well played by Park. Just punched that down the ground. Yeah, I thought Nick Compton's was looking set, and all of a sudden he went across his stumps and got an inside edge down the leg side.
Yeah, he didn't think he hit it. He said he hit the ground and made a little noise. He was disappointed that the bowler didn't bowl it on the strip, sliding down the leg side. So
that's pulled away.
A little unlucky. Good shot that from Gary Park.
Yep, pulled away through to the with mid-wicket region for 4 runs. So much needed runs there for England. 77 for 5. This is the 21st over, so we're not far away from the halfway point now in the game. England got to sort of balance that risk and reward.
Yeah, these guys have just got to bat, thinking back for another 5-10 overs. It gets into the last 15, gives a bit of a platform to be a bit more aggressive. You've got some good hitters to come in Sean Park and Ben Fraser, who must have a higher strike rate. He scored big runs at the top of the order, but not sure why he's batting down the order at 9 today, but nice to know he's still to come.
Yeah, it's good that England bat deep, which we saw in the semi-final game when Mo Akhtar got a good 49, and you bat deep all the way today. And I think it's Johnny Whiteman who's come in for Mo Akhtar today.
That's right, yeah.
So a little bit more reliance on the medium pace there. So yourself, George, and Johnny probably opening the bowling for England.
Yep, I would have thought so. And then we've also got a lot of spinners and some good medium pace from Steve-O and Gary Park. Bish.
Final over for James Pinelli. England want to see him off. After the group stage game, there seemed to be some nice camaraderie between the England and Australian team. I know you play it hard on the field, but it was nice. It was the first game, wasn't it, that you've played against Australia at Over-40s?
Correct.
It's just played on
They play
received.
hard on the field, and off the field it was great. We had a few drinks with them for a couple of hours, and then we stayed at the ground a bit longer afterwards to celebrate the win, knowing we had the day off the day after.
Little alteration in the field there. The right-handed Park, Gary Park. His brother Sean Park's keeping today. He's the next batter in.
Yeah, very good player. Our brothers, Sean, a very clean striker. It's unbelievable that game against Australia, how clean he hit the ball on a tricky wicket.
I think, was it 4 that he scored off the first ball? Was it a reverse, or
Yeah.
was it just?
I think it was a reverse, yeah, kind of switch it. And then hit a 6, I think, second ball.
That's cut away,
Should be 4.
and is 4. So that moves the score on to 82 for 5 now. So England closing in on the 100 mark. He just giving himself a little bit of a rap there. He wasn't happy with the width on that, and that has been a wider ball than he's bowling in the overs so far. That's more like it. That's what he's used to bowling. Keeper's just come up to the stumps as well. Puts a little bit more pressure on the batter there, not to use his feet to come out.
Yeah, he's been impressive, this keeper, as well. I think he stumped Nick Compton in the group game off this same bowler. Very quick hands.
Yes, I'd agree with that. He's been very good behind the stumps. And again, you saw there a very quick take. Right size for a keeper as well, by the looks of things.
Yeah, little fella.
So that's the end of Pinelli's 9 overs. We'll bring up his stats in a moment. It's going to force a change of bowling from the commentary end. Well, it's just getting a bit brighter now. Nice to see Jim Morrison down there, who's just said hello. He's part of the New Zealand team and does commentary to a very high standard. I'll be listening in to Jim's commentary tomorrow in the World Cup final, which is being played at Western Province between the hosts, South Africa and New Zealand. As I say that, the wind's just picked up and everything's blown off, including all my notes.
Go freestyle now, Woody.
Fortunately, I don't think they've gone onto the field of play. They may have done. Right, change of bowling. It's Peter Atkinson who's coming back on from the far end. He opened the bowling. So Australia's still sticking with the medium pace.
That's going to try a bit of spin this end. Quite hard hitting down the ground into that wind. Nicely. It's not going
going to run away for 4, I don't think. The fielder should pick that up.
Should get a couple.
Yeah, it's Jeff Hemming who's the fielder there. So it's 2 runs to Bishop. Can you keep that, please, for me? Or put it under something? Thank you. Very kind gentleman's just retrieved my notes. Just found the outside edge there, down to 3rd man. Just a single there to Bishop. It's Ryan Snake, who's the fielder there, bowls his right arm off spin, which I'm sure we'll see soon. I was talking a little bit earlier about the support team from Luke, Andre and David, and that's been a huge part of the overall approach, hasn't it? Whether it's just been one-to-one chats, whether it's been as a group, the bowlers working together. How have you found that, George?
Yeah, they've been first class. Luke is very clear and open and transparent with his messaging, and then Nelly has obviously had a hell of a career, and his experience as a bowler is an absolute luxury to be able to turn to him for ideas and telling him about my plan A or B and seeing what his thoughts are on that. And Husey is a great addition. Very calm, cool, collected guy. And I hope he stays involved. I think he was a late call-up to the management team, and I hope he stays involved long term.
Yeah, they all work in different ways, don't they?
Yeah, very
and different
much so.
skill sets. All that's just. I think Gary Parks just pulled his bat away there. That's very well bowled.
Yeah, it's a real luxury for us having the 3 of them. It really is.
Right at the end of another over, quickly gone by, 85 for 5. So we're at the halfway point now, that's 23 gone. So we're going to see a change of bowling.
Snape, I think.
Yep, as thought. Ryan Snape. He comes in to this game having taken 8 wickets for 163 runs at an average of 20.38. I was keen also to get some of the scores up for the listeners from the other games, as we like to give you a little update on where the scores are. So if you could just bear with us, we'll get those up for you. Little adjustment here from the on the side screen, I think. Just looking at some of the other scores here, we've got the UAE are playing Canada, and the UAE are batting first. So 108 for 3 of 23 against Canada. That's in the 11th and 12th playoff. India versus Sri Lanka versus in the 9th and 10th place playoff. India are batting first. They're 54 for 5, so they're really under the pump against their geographical neighbours there and competitors. Sri Lanka, that's a good effort from Sri Lanka, and that's off 23 overs. In the Zimbabwe versus USA game, which is going on behind us, Zimbabwe 105 for 3 of 25.5. Gavin Rennie is the Zimbabwe batsman there. He's got 42 of 64 balls, so he's holding the innings together there for Zimbabwe. So Bishop to face, first ball from Snape from the commentary end.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he gets much turn here. This looks one of the better ones we've played on. It's not turned.
Got the short fine leg in there. So the England batting so far, Ben France, 16 runs off 29 balls. Oh, that's taken a little bit of an edge, but that's well fielded. Nick Compton got off to a very quick start, 22 runs off 14 balls. Chris Hewison, 12 off 21 balls. And Darren Stevens, no runs off 4 balls. It's driven, should be the single, which it is. And Steve Naylor, who's been in good form, only 3 runs off 15 balls. So that at the wicket we have Justin Bishop, who's 20 now I think, not out, and off 38 balls, and Gary Park, who's on 12.
Yeah, it's interesting that the big ball that we've been using, Darren Stevens, is actually colourblind, and as he was saying, he finds it very hard to pick it up, which is unfortunate and rather unusual, I guess. As a bowler, I've quite enjoyed it. You know, it's swung around a bit early on.
Yep.
On the softer pitches, it's held together and swung pretty much all day, and on the more drier, abrasive surfaces, it stopped swinging quite early.
How have you found it in the air when you're under it catching? You've caught a few catches in the outfield. Have you been able to see it? That swept nicely?
I haven't dropped any, so I can't use... if I had dropped some, I might tell you it was a bit difficult to pick up and use
Yes.
the colour as an excuse, but yeah, it's been okay.
I was noting that there have been a number of catches dropped, and that pink ball against the blue sky.
Yeah.
I just wondered if it was difficult to pick up, you know, the trajectory of the ball and the distance and getting under the ball as well. But you've had no difficulty.
I think it's okay. I think it's the wind.
Yeah.
There's a very, very strong wind out there, and I think the ball's swirling around under that, especially if there's a spinner. The ball's hit off the spinner, you know, a bit of spin in the air as well. It definitely moves around a bit out there.
So England now 88 for 5 off 24. These two working hard to keep England very much in this game. Gary Park's on 14 and Justin Bishop's on 20. They need to be sticking around for another 10 overs at least. England do bat all the way down. There's a lot of work to be done by the English batters here. Getting some very good... One thing I've noticed, and maybe as I'm not close to any of the decisions that are made, is there's been a change in the batting lineups. And we've seen Justin Bishop open the innings, and then he's batting at, like today, 6 here. Is there a reason for that, or is that just depend on who's playing?
Well, I think you'll have to ask the captain. It is, yeah. We've had different opening batsmen every game.
Yeah.
And at one point we felt we were batting a little slow up front, so we tried.
Very different to the way it's seen by the players. That's a misfield there. Should be a single.
I think it's a very tricky decision that there's so many good players here, so many good batters, and pretty much every game other than say South Africa it worked. So tricky decision.
For his second over from our end. Wind behind him, wind assisted. Just on the leg side there, no run. And it would be nice to see, George, what the England management have got set up for you guys in this summer and next summer in preparation for the next World Cup. What the plans are to keep players together, keep the squad evolving as well. New talent will always be coming in, I'm sure, as players get a little bit older
Yeah, for sure. Look, I think there's a number of fixtures back home for next summer, and I heard there was a trip to Ireland, to Dublin to play against Ireland. And obviously,
That's an LBW shout, and he's been given out. So England didn't need that loss of a wicket. That's the 6th wicket down for 93. Justin Bishop, the man out, and that's a real shame for England. Big wicket for Snape.
naughty umpire, he gave nothing the other day, and very quick to get the finger up there.
So it's going to bring to the wicket Sean Park. So England lose their 6th wicket there. Justin Bishop played a really good knock, and for some reason he just decided to, that was the one to sweep. We'll have a look at his stats in a minute, but that's the loss of another wicket for England, so 6 down. So England not going very well here at all.
Yes, over-40s cricket as a group has only really been going for, I believe, 12 to 18 months. So this group is very new together. Whereas I believe South Africa and Australia, they have quite a strong veterans cricket network in their respective countries. Have been going for a number of years. So this would be a hell of an advert for over-40s cricket back home, and I'm sure there'll be a number of guys just turning.
Sean Park, Justin Bishop scored 25 runs, 7 balls before he was LBW to Ryan Snape. So England lose their 6th wicket. Strike screen's just being moved. So the two Park brothers need to cement the England innings here and take it big. England must use all their overs here if they're going to stand any chance of winning this game, getting a big score. He's driven through. First run's on the board for Sean Park.
Well, Woody, I'm going to love you and leave you. I'm going to be replaced by the great porn star, better looking man than me, Sir Nicholas Compton.
Thank you, George. Pleasure to have you, and thanks for the support from the England players who've come up. Welcome, Nick.
Hi, mate.
How are we?
Well, 94 for 6, and he's swept. Now, I think you've done a bit of commentary before, haven't you? So you're obviously a professional relative to my sort of early stints, but
Yep.
feel free to take it over, and I'll ad-lib, or vice versa. First, you can talk me through that that dismissal, if it's not too harsh to ask that question to open up.
Yeah, it's always difficult when you're on the receiving end of. I suppose it was a tough one, really. It was quite far down the leg side. I didn't feel I got a touch on it. I don't think the umpire would have had complete clarity on that decision, and I sort of felt perhaps benefit of the doubt may have ensued. But look, this is a game that frustrates all of us, and it does. Incredibly frustrating when you get out sort of in a way that even if it is out, is very frustrating.
Yeah.
So I think we've got ourselves in a little bit of a hole today, haven't we?
Yes,
I
very
felt
much
like
so.
a very good wicket. I have to say, I walked out there and the ball was coming on quite nicely, and we haven't always had the best of conditions. I guess at the end of a long South African cricket season, the wickets have been a little bit used, etc. But this is a very nice track.
Beautiful.
Obviously, a fantastic place to play cricket, and I was really looking forward to having a bat that lasted a bit longer than it did. But we just haven't really got it going, have we? And sort of thought we got off to a bit of a flyer today, and you felt like there was a nice big score there. But Australia have done well, haven't they? Their captain's been on in sublime form. He's a wily old fox, as you probably call him.
Yep.
And you're right, we've got a change of bowler here, have we? Mr. Hunt?
Yeah, Greg Hunt is coming on from the far end there. We haven't designated any names for the ends other than the far end and the commentary end.
It's good for me. Yeah, I've been impressed with the two Parks. They've been great guys to play with. I played against Gary for a number of years. A dynamic little cricketer, isn't he? He's not, fielding and diving. He's bowling, and he's not doing that. He's a gritty little middle order player. He's always in the game, and I think as a team member or a teammate or even a team, you want a guy like that in your side. And he gives so much to the team, as does his brother Sean. He's a very underrated cricketer, actually. Very good hands. And again, gives a lot of energy to the team, which has been probably one of the main purposes of this trip, is to meet some new people, make some new friends, and thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been we've had a really, really good group.
Just played into the offside. Just a single there. So these two will run quickly between the wickets. I'm sure as brothers, they'll know their game.
Yeah, exactly. And they'll. I love the banter they have between each other. Always kind of like trying to outdo each other, or if one misses fielding, one will say, "Oh, next time, mate," or
very competitive, aren't
very,
they?
very competitive. Which you can always imagine them in the backyard, can't you? Growing up,
Yep.
Mum screaming at them, saying, come in for dinner.
Yeah.
One more.
One more. These two have got a lot to do for England, though. Very watchful from Gary Park there, who's facing. Yeah, you went off like a train at the start there. That left armour was serving up some nice half volleys and full tosses, but they changed the bowling as well. I think they recognised that was a weakness. It was a strength in their group stage game. They had Andrew Downton, who was bowling left arm over, but that wasn't going to be today. But it was Pinelli, the guy who took 4 wickets against England in the group stage, who came on and took more wickets. So end of the over. Wind's just died a little bit, so we're not holding on to everything down here. 95 for 6 off 27, so 18 overs to go. England definitely need at least, I would say here, 225. If they can get up to 250, will be fantastic. But the two Park brothers need to hold it together for England.
Yeah, a rebuilding act yet again. One of them's got to grab this game by the scruff of the neck almost and go on and get a big 70 or 80. You feel that conditions aren't going to get any worse. I think perhaps they've tended to get a little bit better, particularly with the new ball. I found that at the start it's been a little bit sticky at times. The ball has not maybe come on, but I felt when they went up today, it's fit on really nicely.
That new ball as well. This pink ball has been interesting, hearing what George was saying about the pink ball. It's obviously hard with the lacquer. Gets a little bit easier for the spin bowlers, I think, later on. But the wickets have been tacky early on, haven't they, in the games that you've varied in your position of batting? Like today you opened. What was the thinking there?
Well, I'd love to have opened, most of the tournament.
Okay.
It's nice to face the new ball. I think particularly when it's at its hardest and the ball's coming on, I think it's a good time to score.
Yeah.
To score some runs, and I think you can put pressure on the team. Look at this. Look at the field now. You've got mid-off and mid-on up, and off spinners bowling. And ordinarily, you'd want to come down the wicket here and try and hit over the top. But of course, we've lost a lot of wickets, so there's that sort of rebuilding phase. But I hope the Parks do see the opportunity, even though we've lost some wickets. And
quick single there.
It's good running.
Good running from Gary Park. Yeah.
I just think, I think sometimes we perhaps have, at times, not taken on the opportunities when they've been there to score, because I think it does get a little bit harder when the ball gets older and it's, you get these cutters and they start bowling into the wickets. And on these club grounds, it can be actually quite hard work, particularly coming in against that.
Very much so.
There we go.
And there he is. He's come down the track and he's put that over the wideish long on. That'll run for 4 runs. So that's what you were talking about, Nick. And they need to, it's a risk and reward here, but the field's in. So England have got to put pressure on the Australian fielders and the bowler. There's lots of opportunity for runs out there outside the ring.
Absolutely. Mid-off and mid-on up. And a man who's played at a decent level of cricket is not going to let an off-spinner bowl to that field for too long. So the mid-on goes back as a result of that. Got a deep square leg and a deep mid-on and, of course, a deep point. So those are the boundary riders. He's on the sweep now, which is this is a brilliant shot. Even better shot from Gary Park. hits that in front of square, and that'll go for 4. Back-to-back boundaries. That brings up the 100.
Yeah.
104 for 6 now.
We have a little bit of a lag here sometimes. Depends on the Wi-Fi link as well, but that's 104. A little pause in the play there while Phil gets set, Gary Park gets set. Yeah, one of the things I was just asking George, and I'm not close to the decisions made, is the changing in the batting order, and I think it worked well when England had the pinch hitters, Fraser and Naylor early on. But you were saying you prefer to
Oh,
open.
no,
That's good.
I was very happy with
Yeah.
that option, but then I think we changed that. So I think for me with the batting lineup, it's quite important that you have some sort of stability.
Yep.
You know, it's not easy to do or find in a short competition like this with guys that, you know, you're still getting to know and understanding
Correct,
their
yeah.
games. But I think
Yes.
once the decision's made, I think batsmen or people in general
Get on with it.
gain a lot
Yeah.
from arriving at a ground and knowing what job they've got ahead of the day. And I think if you're going to go in with 2 pinch hitters, then that's fine. Go in with
Yeah,
2 pinch hitters,
correct,
but then
yeah.
come the semi-final, they change that plan. And you know, I think that perhaps just left us a little bit uncertain in 1 or 2 regards there. But look, there's easy ways to make excuses. I think we didn't play well enough, and we had the opportunity. The opening start we had was good enough. We just lost too many wickets in that middle.
Those clusters of wickets. Yeah.
And as I say, I think it's difficult when you come in against that old ball. I think that's where you really need to rebuild again. You can't just come in and score like the openers have been. And yeah, we found that out.
So Greg Hunt continuing. He's bowling tidily. Coming into the wind. That's nicely played by Park. So they're starting to look for the singles. Just pushing the field out, long on, long off, and a man down at deep mid-wicket. And then there's a man down at deep square. So in the second power play, 4 players can come outside the ring, or it's taking the edge, but quick running from Park. It's good stuff from England, keeping the strike rotated. And what commentary are you doing, or have you been doing, Nick, just for the listeners and the viewers? Draw to that. That's good running from Gary Park and Sean. Easy singles there.
Yeah, it's good batting. Very good batting. I've done a lot since I was young. Worked for Sky. I've done various stints for the BBC, and then more recently for this franchise cricket around the world. You know, of course, there's T10, there's T20 tournaments in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and a lot going on in India. So I've been always loved traveling the world, and cricket's obviously given me a very good opportunity to do that. It's the end of the 29th over. It's 108 for 6. Gary and his brother Sean going well. And yeah, it's been great. I think you stay involved in the game. You know, the game has moved on, hasn't it? I mean, we look at the amount of 2020 tournaments around the world and how players now are going from one to the next. Very different when I played. It was very county orientated. And you know, your goal and dream was to, of course, get picked for England, which I think it still is for most players. But I think there are other options if, you know, that are pulling people in different direction.
Yep.
You know, it's a different cricketing landscape. And I enjoy it. I like going to India. I find it a fascinating country. Stuck up here, it feels like we get blown over, doesn't it?
Just wind's picking up here. The trees and just on the above the. Probably getting this loud and clear through the microphone as well.
Might have to parachute down in a second.
Yeah.
So Snape to continue. He's bowled 1 for 13 off of 3 overs. Done a pretty good job, hasn't he?
And how does the domestic season back in England look for you? Will you be playing club cricket, or will you be?
I don't think I'll be playing club cricket. I'd like to do some more commentary work. It's not easy though. I think there's a lot of people putting their hands up, and of course a lot of ex-players who are involved. I mean, you look at, I think the obvious ones of Athers and Nasser, and they've got the jobs at Sky, which there's not many spots there. So I think it's kind of keeping your ear to the ground and taking what opportunities you can. Wind has really picked up here, so
Good running there from Sean and Gary.
they're doing a nice little job. They're ticking it over.
Well, hopefully what you were saying about those other competitions, that'll provide some opportunities as well.
Yeah, they do. They do when they come up, and just got to keep in the right place and make sure you're sort of available and keen.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I think there's lots of these tournaments and a lot of movement going on. Both with players and commentators, and so when the gigs come up, it's great. It's good fun. And I've just been in Pakistan recently. I did a competition called the Sindh Premier League, which was in Karachi. And
Okay.
absolutely loved it. Yeah, people in Pakistan are wonderful, and they've always got a lot of talent there and a lot of exciting cricket players. So that was another one there. I've got Kashmir Premier League again, which I've done before, which is a beautiful part of Pakistan, right up north.
Yeah.
Spent a week afterwards up in the Himalayas, and just a stunning part of the world.
Snape to continue there. Just played off the legs from Sean Park quickly through. That's what you were saying, Nick. These two very quick between the wickets. I've been to India twice, not playing cricket, just travelling. That's a wonderful country. Never been to Pakistan. Would love to go. Sadly, Pakistan are not part of the World Cup, and much missed, I think, as well as the West Indies, who are also not part of this World Cup. But they had an over-40s. I think it was a cricket Global Cup, which by all accounts was very well received by all the teams that played. Australia played in that as well, and were very strong. I think they may have even won it. I'm not actually sure who did win that. It was Pakistan, I think, won that, actually, at home. Snape's controlling the ball well with the wind behind it. A bit short there.
Shot. This should go for four. It does, yeah. Spice sticks the 2-man at mid-wicket. Picks up on something that was a little bit short of a length. So that ends the 30th over. Snape has been pretty miserly, you would say, after 4 overs. Played for a boundary.
And that's going to be the end of the second power play, and drinks coming on. So we're going to have a short break, and we'll catch up with you in a few minutes' time when the players have had drinks. Thank you, Nick. screens across in front of us. So it's going to be Grant Milbank to continue from the commentary end. After 200. Be a single? No, not taken there. Slightly obscured by the bowler, just diving to his left across the batter there, which was Gary Park. Driven and nicely fielded there at extra cover by Tim McDonald, just diving to his right. Very athletic in the field, the Australian players. Lovely covering of grass over this wonderful oval. We're at Claremont Cricket Club on the Burt Oval. That's a good start from Milbank. Got a good line and length there. A tickle down to the short third man region there for a single. So takes Park on to 31. Let's have a quick look at the Australian bowlers so far. Peter Atkinson has bowled 7 overs, no runs for 27, no wickets, sorry, 27 runs. It's played again to that back region and single there to short Park. Grant Milbank has been knocked for 22 so far. Jamie Parnelli, even 28 off his 9 overs spell. So he's a really good 9 overs there. Very much Australia back into the mix here after that really good start, strong start from England. Scott Jobs has bowled well from the far end, his 6 overs so far, 2 for 13. Ryan Snape just had a bit of a break from the commentary end, 1 for 19. He's only bowled 4 overs, so he's still got overs available to him. And Greg Hunt, the bowler from the other end, is currently 0 for 7 off his 3. It's going to be Hunt to continue from the far end. It's left by Sean Parr. Just very watchful. And I'm delighted we've been joined by Chris Hewison, who's made the ascent. It almost feels like to Everest, doesn't it? Up that the ladder on the scaffolding. Welcome, Chris.
Sorry, squeeze getting through my full there.
Anyway, it's scores moved on to 118 for 6. Big innings required from these two as a pair. Chris, have you played against these two at club or representative cricket?
Haven't played against Sean, but Gary played quite a bit when he was at Durham. He used to play for a local club in Norton when they were in the Premier League, so played a bit against him there.
Driven nicely to the onside. There's a man down there at long on. Big innings required from these two, just nudging and nurdling the ball around. Singles required. Got to use all the 45 overs here, England, if they want to set Australia 200 plus runs, which they need to be doing on this wicket. That's a good wicket. The so far, Chris, Talk us through the England batting a little bit so far. We've had Nick up here earlier.
Yeah, Nick started off great, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think it was good. He's coming on really nice with the new ball. Once the shine's gone off a little bit, it's gone a little bit too paced. But if the boys can just go steady, pick up like your 4 or 5 singles and over, get to 45 overs before then having a dip. I've seen a couple of lads in the shed. That'll hopefully get up with a competitive score.
Let's talk a little bit about your cricket. Where do you play your cricket, Chris?
Northumberland. So there's a couple of boys as well on the trip who play the cricket there. Simon Birtwhistle and Johnny Whiteman. So we've played a lot of cricket together up at South North, up in Gosforth.
Bank just on the leg side. There, just nicely touch around the corner there. Just for singles, as what you were saying, Chris, just got to keep those singles going, working together. These brothers should know each other's game pretty well. Nick and I were having a little bit of a joke about actually there's competition between the brothers on everything, isn't there?
Oh, definitely. I think everything turns into a competition between the pair of them. I think well suited for batting together. Obviously, pair of them good little scamperers, so they're the right men to do the running up and down.
And how is cricket in the northeast? It's obviously strong. Not south of Northumberland. You've had quite a lot of success over the years.
Yeah, we've had a great time over the years. Been very successful side. Been very fortunate. Obviously, got a great setup at the club. Very fortunate with facilities that we've got, and the people who've come into the club. It's one of the major draws. So we've been looking to get some good players. Haven't gone and chasing elsewhere. Just actually committed to the club.
That's good to hear. It's good to hear. That's well taken by Baker, who's just keeping Gary Park honest there, staying inside the crease. Yep. So, how many sides would you run on a Saturday, just for interest for the viewers and listeners? Would you run on a Saturday? How many sides would you run in the league structure? Do you have 3 sides out on a Saturday or 4?
We've got 3 on a Saturday. The first 11 and second 11 are in the Premier League.
Yep.
Like the relevant Premier League teams. But there's also a third team who play in a little one.
Yeah.
Got 3 in the team in each side. 64s, we have a team, and then a lot of juniors.
Junior cricket.
And good.
Oh, great. That's good. And Milbank there. Baker's very quick. England need to be very alert to that he's looking for every opportunity to take a run out or a stumping. So that's the end of the over. 2 Park brothers holding it together for England here. I think we'll probably see Craig Hunt continue with his right arm off spin from the far end. And you've enjoyed your tour. I know you unfortunately missed out on the semi-final game, and England had a loss against South Africa. But it's been good. It's been part of the whole group and the England setup here.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic time. I think it's anybody who says that they're not disappointed to not get into the semi-final. It was good not to play.
Yep.
But obviously support the lads, and it was just disappointing dear that we didn't quite do some justice and get over the line against Scots. Credit to South Africa, they were a good side, and I thought they played well and just slightly too strong for on the day.
That's right. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'd love and I've seen it with the other teams as well. The commitment that it's everyone's playing their part, aren't they? As quick signal to take advantage to the coverage just a little bit of a G up. You're all a good set of guys. It's been a great, I call it a tour, but it's been a really lovely World Cup, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. The hospitality we've had from everywhere that we've gone. It's been fabulous. And like you say, the commitment for the people who aren't playing. I think it's going to be harder doing the drinks non-stop.
Yes.
Yes. Work harder there. But it's had some fun days in the field. The lads going.
Yeah, the weather's been fantastic. It's driven to the point region, no run. Sean Park just feeling a little angry with himself there, but there's plenty of overs left to go here. England still need to keep working hard at this. This is almost like good club cricket, in terms of got to keep churning the runs out, got to keep getting back on board. It's the old cliches, isn't it? But wickets in hand is what England require.
Yeah, definitely. Makes such a difference when if you've got something 6 down, 5 down at the moment.
Yeah, 6 down.
6 down at the moment. So if you can get to 40 overs, early 40s with 6, such a difference to if you were there for 7 or 8, give you a much better opportunity. But then have a real hard go in the last few overs.
Yeah, it gives you a platform, doesn't it? So we've got 10 overs left. It's threatening bowlers, Pinelli and Jarvis. Although Jarvis has still got a couple of overs left, I believe, but it's been somewhat harder to score in this middle order. I think there's a risk and reward here of England. Do they go hard at it? I think probably we'll see more shots being played in the last 10 overs, naturally in the last 5 overs. And England do bat all the way down. Still got Ben Fraser to come in. Don't know if Johnny Whiteman's the designated non-batter today. I haven't. He was a late inclusion, wasn't he? Because Mo Akhtar was ill, so he's out.
And we'll have the joy of Johnny Whiteman donning his pads today.
Oh, he is going to get a hit.
Everybody.
Good. Another South Northumberland Cricket Club member of yours, and then we've obviously got Chris Swallow.
Yes. So obviously Chris batted well the other day. I'm not during the bat, but batted well against South Africa.
Oh, that's all along the ground, nicely fielded, but no run for England. So Australia tightening things up here. 125 for 6. Important phase of the game for both teams here now. And that's pulled. There is a man out there. It's well fielded. Ryan Armstrong is the fielder out there at deep square. Yes, I thought Nick Compton was taking a liking to Milbank's bowling at the start. He certainly got off like a train, and fortunately got one down the leg side, which was caught by Baker. Smart.
It was an unfortunate way to go, and it was especially when he was looking as good as he did to start off with.
And you're looking forward to the new season?
Yes, yeah, can't wait. It was a bit too off. Maybe slightly different goals.
Yeah, it's been very wet in England. Quite a contrast to here in South Africa, where we've had almost perfect weather, really, in terms of heats between sort of 27. Although it was hot yesterday, we had the wine tram over to Franschhoek, and it was 47 degrees out in Stellenbosch. So that was a hot day to be drinking wine.
Yes, I enjoyed a nice day at the beach myself, and thought I made the right choice. A lovely day down in Clifton.
Lovely.
Lovely spot.
And I think that's important to do. The lads went in different directions, didn't they? Some went up Table Mountain. We had an organised wine tram tour. There've been other activities. Played a bit of golf. You played in the golf as well at Dzalzi. You didn't look too shabby a golfer there.
A little rusty, but no, I had put it best went fresh. Had a successful day.
So reverse sweep from Sean Park there. First one I think we've seen today all game from any player actually. So not as common a shot, is it? Does that feature in your repertoire, Chris?
No, not really.
And again, that's a great shot for 4 runs. So Park certainly keeping Hunt aware of what his intentions are. 4 runs there, reverse swept. Takes Sean Park on to 17 and his brother Gary Park on 34 with a score of 130 for 6. Yeah,
I think it's more of a suited for the smaller lads.
Is it? Right, okay.
Actually get down.
Yeah.
To try and do it is really my fault here. So I'll leave it for the other lads, that shot.
But an interesting question. You're a young man, but how is it to adjust to some of the new, the switch hits and the reverse sweeps? Does that come naturally, or is that something you've really got to work at?
I think obviously
It's a beautiful drive through offside. That's going to be 4 more runs to Sean Park. So he's starting to put the accelerator down for England here as the wind builds up. 4 more. Is it something that comes naturally, or something you've got to decide you want to do in your game?
I think it's certainly seems like it's not an actual job, I'm trying it. In an elder statesman stage, it's one of those that we try to
Yep. Be a wide, yeah.
Just yet.
And there's another sweep. That one actually has gone to what would be traditionally extra cover. You had your, I think your mum was over with your daughter. Is that correct?
Yes, from my little girl out, Jen, so it was fantastic. It was half term first week, so having folks and the little one out was
Great.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. And they were here, I think, for the opening ceremony, which was quite spectacular, wasn't it? It was very hot that day, but it was a lovely. For those that, and there's probably not been a lot of coverage, part of the opening ceremony this year, rather than it being held at Newlands or another ground where you welcome each of the teams, they decided, the organisers, to have a parade of all the teams through the waterfront area of Cape Town, which was lovely. It was great weather, wasn't it? And nicely set up at the end with the compere, who made some fairly interesting comments and jokes at the end. But
it was very.
It was very good, actually.
So, I'll put it down to the heat. I think my mum had some conversations with him.
You have a similar likeness from behind, do you?
It's quite confused.
Oh,
for 5 minutes. No idea. Wasn't me.
Brilliant. Right, Gary Park to face Millbank. He's driven. That should be a single, yeah. That's good running. England got to keep these singles going, even if they're not going in the fours. That last over was very positive for England. And England need a few more of those. 7.5 overs left. And he's reverse swept that. Should be at least 2 if he runs quickly. And he's coming back for a second. So good running from Sean Parr there. Got to turn quickly here, as saying about the sort of club cricket approach. Run the first one hard. And for the second, put the fielders under pressure. Swept that one, and it's just going to be a single, I think. A little bit of a loose throw in from fine leg there. Making Baker work all of his 5'6" frame.
I think that's generous.
139 for 6.
Maybe we're just far away.
Out to the long off, running that one hard. It's well fielded. I think if there is a good ground fielding, there shouldn't be two here if it's gone straight to the man, but slightly wide of the man there. England have got to be pushing for that extra run there.
The outfield here is fantastic condition.
Swept that, it's going to be out. So Sean Park's out. Reverse swept that. It was a full length ball from Milbank, and he's the man out. So England lose their 7th wicket there. Gary Park for England is still there. Should bring Ben Fraser to the wicket. So right-handed bat, playing his cricket at Harpenden Cricket Club this year. Previously played for Hampstead in the Middlesex Premier League. Had a good knock. He opened in 1 innings. I think he got 70 something, didn't he? 71 was it?
Yeah, and a good yeah, I believe it was.
Yep.
Can strike a hard ball, so maybe it's a good combination. Gary continues pushing it round, maybe trying to use the pace, which is little lacking at the moment. I think that was half the issue there with Sean. So his go-to shots with the swing like the pace what he's done. So if we can combine Ben hitting it hard and Gary continuing to use the pace.
Could be a good combination. Sean Park, 22 runs off 42 balls, so good innings from him. Yeah, I think also Ben opened, didn't he, against Australia in the group stage? Am I correct in remembering that? Or did he not?
Came in 3
Came in 3, apologies. That's right. It was you and
Ben France.
Yeah, Ben France, that's right.
Too many Bens.
It's a good job there's not a Bill and Ben.
Yes.
So he's on strike now. It was a nice story, Chris, that he was telling us that I believe the headmaster, but apologies if it's headmistress of his children's school, played the cricket from the last game and made the pupils sit down and watch, which I thought it was lovely. So to all those at Aldenham School, Dad is at the wicket and he's off the mark. So he'll be looking. Is he looking for a second? No run there. Being told to go back by Gary Park, who's at the striker's end. So I thought was really nice. And
yeah, I saw some lovely pictures that he showed with the little ones watching Dad play. That's part of the great thing of this. Like you mentioned before, the family getting to come out. Ben's family was out and his kids sharing an experience like this with your family.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. And it's great having you lads as well on commentary as well. Something that, I really encourage because it gives an insight to, the viewers and listeners, what's going on in each of the camps. And I hope we'll have some of the Australian players as well who will come on commentary when England are in the field. A little bit of a tete-a-tete there between the Australian team, but it's going to be Greg Hunt to continue, number 11, with his off-spin. Yeah, I think it is, and it should be celebrated, shouldn't it? All the families coming out, if they can afford it, but just it's a social interaction between the players and the team. So it's part of that, I think, fun, family and friendship was the sort of motto from the International Masters Committee about what this World Cup should represent.
Well, if that was the ball, the definitely a dream cut.
Shot by Fraser. Could be 2 there, running hard. Yeah, they should come back for 2 there. So that's good running from these two. Not quite sure whether there is 2 sometimes there. The field is coming in from deep. There's a big oval here. It's probably a good 75-metre boundary. Both ways, just drop short. So another single there to Fraser.
There's opportunity for twos out there. Obviously, the Australians right on the boundary. But like
Yep.
you say, it's quite a big one. That might feel maybe he's looked to come in slightly, stop the twos.
Yeah, quick single there. That's good. That's good. Good running from England there. That's James Pinelli, who's the skipper there. Who does get a good game. Took probably the catch almost to win the match, and that first wicket at mid-wicket he took was a gorgeous catch. I think it may have taken the wicket of the opening. Was it yourself?
I believe it
It
was.
was.
Yeah.
That moment. Sorry to remind you of that. Just such a threat that you are, Chris, to the opposition. But it was a catch that was very well, struck very hard. A little bit of a run out potential there, but
It's a fantastic job in picking the one man out.
I guess you probably hear some clapping. They've got in USA. Fifth and sixth position. Just nicely placed into the offside there. Just a single. Not looking for the second there, England. Wickets in hand. Really important that England use all these 45 overs. So that's the end of the over. 148 for 7. 6 overs to go. At what point do you think we'll start to see these boys, these two batters, launch the ball?
I think they'll maybe score a couple more overs. The way they're going, Ben's come in, started well. Was at 6 from 6, just running around singles and a 2. As long as they can keep getting a run and ball and hopefully try and take a bit of advantage of anything loose for maybe 2 or 3 more overs and then really go hard.
Yeah.
Because if you lost another one now or another 2 there, you're having to really just scratch around for the last 3 or 4, which you don't want to do. Still give yourself a bit of a base, especially with the wind as strong as it is. Just go hard from the end that the bowling from now.
It's nicely played down. The fielder's down there. Danny Batra is at the short third, just inside the circle.
Target from, I think,
Yep.
Get it up in the wind and look for some boundaries.
England got to be looking for 200 in their total. It's beautifully hit on the offside. Just going to be a single though. It's going to be hard getting into that wind, isn't it? So as you were saying, you've got to really be hitting with the wind.
Yeah, it's almost can end up being 2 different games. Back at one end when you get the wind as strong as this.
Yep. Taken by Baker, the keeper.
Sensible there, not here. But when I'm out there, it's you never think that clearly. I can still hit.
No, that's right. I could hit through that and get a 6. It's off my fielders about outside the 30-yard circle. Just a single there. Oh, no, not taking that. So there is a man out at deep. So it might have been tempted by the ball shot there or the not quite up for a hook shot, but there is a man down at deep square. England got to keep those singles going. That scoreboard ticking over. Otherwise, it's not straight. Definitely in there. Thing. It's on the leg side. Single down. Equally, though, if it's hard for one team, it can equally be hard for the other team. So England's mindset would be, what do you think they'll be? You'll be saying in the break.
We've got to get him. Hard for both.
There's going to be some scoreboard pressure, and that's good. I think the first 10 overs will be crucial for England. You've obviously got to keep the Australians down to very few runs in those first 10 overs and possibly take wickets, put them under pressure, and then keep the field throughout all the overs really tight on those twos. And the bowling's got to be right on it, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think chasing hopefully we'll get up to 200 if we go over really well, but what is essentially quite a lowish total. If you can go hard at the start as a batting team and get away with the fly against the new ball, it should put you in a great position. So should we be looking to do exactly the opposite, keep them down, hopefully take some wickets if they do look to go hard, get off to a good start, and then really squeeze it where it looks as though ball gets a bit softer.
Yep.
Looks take the pace off, try and squeeze them there. But I think you're right. The start will be really crucial.
Gary Park's on 40 off 58 balls, and Ben Fraser's on 8 off 9. So Scott Jarvis is the bowler who's come on from the far end. I believe he's got 2 overs left. No, he's got a little bit more than that. 3 overs, actually, in fact. He's bowled 6 overs today, 2 for 13. So he's going to... it looks as though he'll be kept on to bowl the innings out on bowling. There's 5 overs to go. He's got 3 left. So obviously changed and not had the spinner on. And you were saying about hitting through the ball. It'll be a lot easier hitting the slower bowler with the wind.
It's been impressive in both games, Jarvis.
Yeah, hasn't he just?
Another one. Yeah, did get hold of a little bit at the end of the last game, so fingers crossed get that again. But that's
been very impressive.
One of the most impressive that I've seen in the tournament. Lovely action.
Just held that back a little bit. That's well bowled and well played by Gary Park. Yes, prior to this game, he'd taken 15 wickets. The Australians. He was their leading wicket taker and is going to end up to be the leading wicket taker for Australia in this competition. So he's bowled very well.
Just surprised. Just tell from the other day, he looked a good ball.
Very economical action. That's a wide ball. So you've done what most commentators do. You put the curse on him straight away.
Well, I hope so. Although you've been absolutely brilliant so far.
Leg side wide there. 153 for 7 or 40.1. Oh, just got over the top of that, Gary Park. There's plenty of runs in that deep extra region. There is a player out there at deep cover and long off. Sounds an exciting game behind us. And USA look as though they've just taken a wicket from the Zimbabwean. That's just holding that ball back, I think. He's just bowling just a little bit of like I was going to say, an off spinner there, but he's just rolling his fingers over it.
Take the pace right off.
Yeah.
That's the one that stayed down a little bit. And, that was the result. Every other ball's been slow so far.
Yeah, he's not giving any opportunity to Gary Park to get on that, on the back foot and pull. And that's a beautiful sweep. Man down there.
So you're fortunate there, Parky, right off the turn of the bat.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
But that might be a shot for him to try and get it over the short fine leg.
Like the intention there. He's obviously looking in this region around here, sort of backward of square. That's very straight from Fraser. Running hard with a second, but there's nicely picked up by Crosbeadle, who's going to be a force for the Australian batting today. I suspect the left-hander, England have got to get him early.
He looked as though he went hard early goals.
And that's well picked up. That's Milbank, who's just come round from the fine leg region. Dive there to his right. So that's a good over for Australia. 156 for 7 off 41 overs. So 4 overs left. England thinking about whatever way to get the scoring rate up. Gary Park just being a little bit more inventive there, looking for that one over the square, just trying to work the pace of the ball.
I think that might be again showing possible lack of pace in the pitch with or how he's going to ball. Definitely deep mid wicket.
Yep.
Any more there for those, fortunately.
I think it's going to, it's going to have to be smart captaincy from the England skipper today, and also from the medium pace bowlers. Going to have to really think about how they bowl, almost, as you say, taking pace off the ball, coming into the wind. Can't bowl too full because it'll just get driven down with the wind. Far end. Gary Park just adjusting his helmet there. More fielder coming into the ring. Australia have to have 4 in the ring, otherwise it's a no ball and a free hit. That's gone up in the air, should be out. That's easily out, so that's the easy end of Gary Park. A little bit of frustration and desperation maybe coming to England's batting there with Gary Park, but it was a good innings from Gary. That sees the end of him, and that's the 8th wicket down now for England. So that's going to bring to the wicket Chris Swallow, the England skipper, right-handed bat, who plays his cricket at Coptop and Old Ipswichians. So a little bit of frustration there for Gary.
Yeah,
Chris?
I think it was quite good counts if they had the man up at short fine and then changed that and brought the man out of cover. So I fancy Gary, maybe if they hadn't changed that, to look for reverse sweep or sweep. The pace, you saw the shot that he played there. I think it was targeting over extra cover where they brought the 2 men in.
Yeah.
After he just rolled his fingers over and forced an outside edge. I think that was the right shot to try and go for, but unfortunately didn't come off.
Yeah, Milbank's had a little bit of a renaissance here, having been pumped all over the place in his first couple of overs. He's now got 2 for 35 off 7.1, and I think 22 of those runs came off the first 2 overs. So he's bowled really well to bring Australia back into this. So Chris Swallow is going to be the batter who's facing, and Ben Fraser, the non-striking end, is 9 of 10. So we've got 5 in the inner ring for Australia. They've just looking to keep it tight for the incoming batter. But long on, long off, and deep square. And then we've got one at deep backward point. It is covered. Bank comes in. End, we're really feeling it 6 meters up in the air.
Someone on the adjacent field must have hit a penny one. Got the ball.
Halfway cricket, that must be a good 100 meters. Balls left in this over. Really important one for England here. This is taken by Baker.
Quite clever captaincy again. I think Ben, more traditional player, trying to probably look for to hit it hard, but when the man another man out, but extra little thing there. But
On the ground, that's long up there. It's going to be a single. Is this how you would play the end? If you were batting it, I appreciate if you obviously if you were in, you'd be going at it a lot harder because you'd have been in there longer. But if you were coming into bat now, do you think they're running hard enough between the wickets here, or trying to find where the gaps are?
put a bit of pressure on the field. Just run the first one nice and hard.
That's very well. I don't think I've seen that urgency. Even though it's gone to the fielder, you're putting them under a little bit of pressure there. Even if it's a quick fumble, there's a second there, isn't there? And I'd just like to see a little bit more urgency in the running. Chris Swallows the batter facing. Game. Certainly only one run there. And that's the end of the over. So Milbank, 238. So far, he's bowled very well and come back very well for Australia. 159 for 8. This is 3 overs left. I have to say 200 is looking very optimistic now.
It's going to be very entertaining if we do get up there in these last 3 overs. Yeah, I think that's good. What I'll do. I think I would be trying to target the 2 overs from your set. That would this over would be a good one. Yes, Intel. Not great, but I think I have to try and take advantage of this.
Absolutely. Yep.
Have a go here. Right. Yeah, but they both strike the ball nicely straight, pull it hard. And, you have to have a look and back yourself.
I haven't seen a lot of Chris Swallows batting, other than I think his first innings was against South Africa, wasn't he? Batted very nicely at the end with Mo Akhtar there in that game. They put on a nice partnership at the end.
Yeah, Chris looks a good player. And, obviously, I haven't seen him much in the games here, but whenever we've played together or like trained, he's good. It's a good technique and can strike the ball very well straight and hard. So I'd like to see him back himself here and try.
Get the boundary, yeah. Yep. That's unlucky. That's what you were talking about, but that's what's needed. I mean, the fact that he's missed that, I think that intention is required, absolutely, for England here.
Yeah. Fortunately missed it, but I think it's the right shot to try and go hard and straight.
Something's going to come off, even if it's a nick, down to inside edge or outside edge. It's just held back, but running hard, run hard. No, just fielder's got that in hand. Good underarm, almost throw.
See a good bit of intent in the running. I go for his last few overs. The outfield here, and the guys pull over a lot quicker than played on.
Yeah.
Again, that gives you the advantage of balls coming hard, potential of a fumble.
Yeah, I think England need a little bit more here from England skipper. There's not enough overs left. Really got to be looking for every ball's got to be a run now. Boundary. It's got to be a run or a boundary here. England have really got to put on. They've got to get up to 180, 190. Psychologically, I think, to push the Australian side here. Oh, there's indecision there. Could be a run out. And he's been given out. So Fraser's out. Indecision there. Fraser came down the wicket, turned back. I think at this stage of the game, there is always a single there. You've got to run fast and hard, straight off. So Ben Fraser's been run out. That's the 9th wicket down for England. And England all sorts of problems now. It's going to bring Johnny Whiteman to the wicket. Is this his first innings for England?
First time getting a bat on tour. And having played with Johnny for 10 to 15 years, I honestly couldn't tell you what he's going to do. He's got some great shots in him, a lot of theories, but hopefully he can strike a good ball, Johnny.
Good. That's England. That's what England need. It looks at big shot that he's got as well. So England need they don't need dot balls, I'm afraid. England have really got to start some pressure on the Australian fielders who've turned this game around from those early overs. Quite remarkable, actually. 161 for 9. So Jarvis, the bowler, 2 for 19. He's got 1 ball left in this over. Up there. Nicely played. Could be 2. No. So that's the end of the over. 43 overs gone. 100. I think that should be 63 for 9 or 162 for 9. It is. Sometimes we have a little bit of a lag on the internet connection here. So 2 overs to go. Milbank to continue with his left arm from the commentary end. Should we have a little, a few thoughts on where England might end up as a score? 2 overs left. What do you think they'll get?
I'd like to think if we could get up to 180. Say that from his last.
That will be good. I think.
Be good.
Yeah.
Like Chris backs Johnny here. He's a capable bat. Strike a good ball.
Well, certainly England need to be taking a single every ball. That's good. Johnny's obviously an opening bowler for England. He's taken a lot of wickets in the North East Premier League.
Been a fantastic bowler for a long time. So he tells us.
Very fit.
Yeah, been a good for a long time.
That's the outside edge. That's well bowled by Milbank.
Outside edge would be handy here.
Would be very handy, yeah. As the fielder is up on the short third and fine leg region in the circle. 4 in the circle there. Nicely driven, but no run.
He's got instructions here of just trying to clear this over out and do our last over.
Yeah, Milbank's last over. He's bowled well, 2 for 39 so far. It's a dot ball. 2 balls left in the over.
A totally different bowler, hasn't he? When that holds a ball, should ball cutters and taking your pace off.
Yeah.
Better start where we got after him.
A flyer, didn't he? Nicely driven. Yeah, and right and so, run through that, which has brought Johnny Whiteman down to the non-striking end. 1 ball left in the over. No change in the field. Australia still getting 3 out on the offside and 1 on the deep square. And no run there. England content to go through to the 44th, 44 overs gone, 164 for 9. Which should bring Scott Jarvis onto bowl. His last over, he's bowled really well, 2 for 20 into the wind. That's a little effort, actually. And bearing in mind the amount of cricket that's been played as well, I know he's played the games for Australia as well. So it's a really good effort from him. Now we can see how Johnny Whiteman will approach this game.
I'm backing him, yeah.
You're backing it.
Yeah, I'm backing him. 1 through extra cover.
1 through extra. Anything through long on, long off?
He's got 1 over mid-wicket, the senior player. Definitely backing him there.
So he's got more than 2 shots.
Don't let us down.
Oh, he's missed that. Baker's quick on that. That went between the pads and the leg stump. 5 balls left for Whiteman to make his mark on this, the final game for England in behind that. England takes a score under 166. Wicket shot you were expecting to. He's got a lot of game. It's coming.
Just seems to be staying down towards patience. Get under it.
Gets themselves set. That's gone over the infield. It's just dropped down to that. Just been a single. To get all of that.
That was disappearing.
Chris Swallow is the man facing. It's just a single out to the leg side. So England not finding the boundary in this final over. Only 2 balls left. That's a good hit. There it is over there. Should be 2. Didn't quite get all of that, but he's on strike for the final ball. Scores up to 170. 1 big hit from Whiteman. Over the ropes for 6. Nice way to sign off his over-40s World Cup batting debut. And that's beautifully driven there by Whiteman. He's going to have to run that. It's going all the way to the boundary and it's made it. So Whiteman ends the England innings with a 4 over extra cover, as you were saying, Chris. It was there in the bag.
It's in the locker. He's got it. I'll never hear the end of that. What a shot.
Wonderful. So that wraps up England's innings. We'll give you an update on the stats, but Australia have bowled very well here. England got off to a little bit of a flyer there, Chris, and they pegged England back.
Yeah, I think we lost a few too many wickets in clubs. Very few people got in, 10s, 15s, I've included, and unfortunately, no one's really gone on and got the big score where you can go a bit harder. People play around you. Everything seems to a little bit of catch up after the good start we got. A disappointing draw.
That brings the end of England's innings. So 174 for 9, England. A fair 45. Divide members 10 not out. And Chris Swallow 6 not out. The bowlers for Australia, good bowling from them. Peter Atkinson, 7 overs. He bowled no wicket for 27. Grant Milbank, after that early treatment that he had from Nick Compton, he came back beautifully. 2 for 40 off 9. James Pinelli, 3 for 28 off 9. Scott Jarvis, 2 for 30 off 9. Ryan Snape bowled his 4 overs, 1 for 19. And finally, Greg Hunt bowled very well from the far end into the wind, 7 overs, none for 28. So that ends the England innings. We'll be back in about 45 minutes, which will be just around about 2:05, as lunch will be taken, and it will be England to bowl to Australia. He's the batter at the far end. He's going to be taking strike. And Ryan Armstrong with number 1 on his back. George Brooksbank is the bowler to get England going. Just come in slightly to the... there could be a run out first ball. So Gary Park was the man quickly around there. Baker hadn't probably appreciated how quick Gary Park is. Not sure he's injured, but yeah, a few press-ups there. Obviously felt he should have had him out there. So very quick running from Gary Park there. That's what England need if they're going to stay in this competition. Well, in this contest, I should say, they need wickets in the first 10 overs. They cannot allow the Australian batters to get away from them. Good bowling from George Brooksbank. Lovely lunch here at Claremont Cricket Club. We're playing in the 3rd and 4th place playoffs. England unfortunately lost in the semi-finals to South Africa, who are playing in the final tomorrow, and Australia lost to, well, I suspect, the tournament favourites, New Zealand, who were watching today. It's just kept a little low on the keeper, Sean Part there. Wicket looks good. Looks a really nice batting track. Unfortunately, England didn't capitalise, but they've got it all to do now with the ball. England are without Mohamed Akhtar, their leg spinner and vice-captain. He's not very well. So we wish Mo the very best in his recovery. He's had a sickness bug, which has kept him out today. Nicely played. George Brooksbank has bowled some really good lines in this World Cup with his bowling and taken quite a few wickets. We're quite windy up here, so it's a little bit difficult to get our notes open without making a lot of noise. So I'll give you a little rundown on George's figures when we get an appropriate moment. That's good lines there from George. You may have heard him on commentary earlier in the Australia innings. He was just saying he had a little bit of a calf strain early on, but he's worked really hard on his fitness. And he's played pretty much most of the games. Just to give you a little update there, as I've said, he's bowled 31 overs, taken 6 wickets so far in the tournament for 118 runs. And that's, well, LBW shout there. I think that was a polite inquiry. That's the end of the first over, and the score is 1-0 for Australia. Yep, in terms of the other bowlers for England, Darren Stevens has taken the most wickets. He's bowled 35 overs, 9 wickets for 116 with an average of 12.89. Ben Fraser has bowled 30 overs. He's taken 8 wickets and bowled very well. Stump to stump, 103 runs off his bowling, 12.88. Steve Naylor has had a few overs less, 20 overs, taken 7 wickets for 94 with an average of 13.43. I've mentioned George's averages. Gary Park has taken 6 wickets so far in 17.2 overs for 66 runs and a very good average of 11. Justin Bishop has bowled 15 overs, taken 3 wickets for 61 runs with an average of 20.33. And Chris Swallow, so far, 19 overs, 2 for 59. In comes Johnny Whiteman. It's on the leg side. It's going to be at least 2. George is the player running after it. 3 runs there to Baker. And the one man I haven't mentioned who's not playing today, Mo Akhtar, who's bowled 30.3 overs, 6 wickets for 144 at an average of 24. Great feast of cricket for those that are watching here today at Claremont Cricket Club in this 3rd and 4th place playoff. Well played by Armstrong, just almost walking down the wicket, as he would be showing you there that Johnny Whiteman does generally move the ball away. That was a very good full-length ball as a Yorker ball. Got good pace, Johnny Whiteman. He's taken hundreds of wickets in the North East Premier League for his club. That's gone past the outside edge. He's bowling into the wind today, so George Brooksbank has been given the end with the wind behind him. That's short. Wasn't given as a wide. Sean Park's keeping today. And Darren Stevens at first slip and Nick Compton at second slip. Gary. And then you've got Steve Naylor at extra cover. Swallow is at mid-off. Justin Bishop at mid-on. And Ben Fraser's in the mid-wicket region. No single there to Gary Park. He's very quickly around. Scurries around. Ben France is down at a wideish third man, and George Brooksbank is on a wideish fine leg. So that gives you a little bit of a feel of the England field setup. As I was saying, it's very windy here. You can see from the trees at the far end. Very blustery. So bowling into the wind. Tough. But you've got to keep your lines there. Good challenge for Johnny Whiteman. It's the end of the over. So that's the end of the second over. Australia are 4 runs for no wicket. Steve Baker is on 4. And Ryan Armstrong has yet to get off the mark. He's faced 10 balls. England just moving their field around. Chris Swallow. And I'm welcomed by an Australian commentator. He's not panting, but no, you've just ascended the ladder.
Yeah, she's a bit daunting. Andrew Downton.
Andrew.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, and you too. We've got another left arm bowler here, George Brooksbank. That's nicely played off the legs. Andrew, you're not playing today?
No.
Injured or
no,
had enough of the English?
One of those games could have gone either way. Obviously, we needed 4 off the last 2. I tried to be a hero and get the first one over covering.
Stages, but all to play for today.
Absolutely.
Third and fourth place play.
Yeah, missed the last one. And, yeah, this one extended. Yeah.
You bowled very well, and your left arm over.
Yeah, it came out right against the angle. I was setting myself a bit towards more tomorrow, but
yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Anyway, so guys, also the Kiwis.
Brooksbank to continue. That's gone wide. That should be a wide, and that's given by the umpire. That's Abdul Steenkamp. So just tell us a little bit about that game against New Zealand. Obviously, they've made it. That was still a close encounter, wasn't it? It wasn't by a huge margin.
Yeah, having played there before, we thought, we probably try to put a bit of pressure on that first and, watch the wicket crumble a little bit, and it didn't really break up. Marshall was quite lucky, I would say. Dropped a couple of times.
Isn't that the way? And that you'll probably hear in the background, we've got Zimbabwe playing the USA, and that looks as though that was a wicket that's been taken by Zimbabwe. USA do like to go hard. I don't know if you recall, but they do like to go hard at it right from the start. And I saw the first over, 2 4s.
Yep, they do have a couple of good batsmen. I think that was the best batsman they've got, actually, apart from Farouk, was just out now. Number 152. Thank yourself for that.
It's played on the leg side. It's a great piece of fielding by Gary Park.
He's a good cricketer, Gary Park. Wow.
isn't he?
He's
Just
done this twice now, hasn't he?
he has, yeah. He nearly had a run out actually, having got Baker on the first or second ball, I think it was. So, yeah, good all round cricketer.
Yep. Where did he play? Look, county cricket, didn't he? Derby. Was it?
Derbyshire
Yeah.
County Cricket Club.
Yep.
Yep, and he's one of those nuggety cricketers. He's always in the game, scampering around, gritty. He'll get you runs. He got 40 odd today, and he bowls a bit as well. He's had a couple of Man of the Match awards. That's a big shout for LBW. Not given by the umpire. Steenkamp doesn't give too many.
Slow death when he does.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah. Change up our order a little bit today. Obviously, Baker and Armstrong's in this game.
Yes. Yeah, I noticed that.
Battling for third spot. Yeah, Cos and Hemming just split them up between 4 and 6 today.
And the reasoning is just obviously these guys want to keep their wickets and just build a partnership and then bring them in.
It is a really difficult one. Obviously, we're not paid to be here, so people are paying to be here.
Yep.
Terminology.
Yeah, no, I quite agree.
We're going to the final at minute. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very well today.
That's out really well. Bowlers have had pretty good tournaments, just the batting probably haven't got enough runs to
Yep.
sort of bowl loosely. We bowl pretty tight.
And I think that pretty much mirrors exactly England's
It is.
performance, actually.
Craig Richie Wild, who's not playing today, he sort of said throw a blanket over all this. Us four being
Yep.
obviously England, New Zealand, South Africa, and ourselves. Anyone could win on a particular day. You play each other 100 times and be 50-50.
Yep. And Richie Wild's not playing today?
No, I was sort of, look,
Rotated?
yeah, he had a day off,
Yep.
but shame. He was really up for it. So, you have to people listen to almost as I say, like,
So what is first wicket? So that's Baker caught by Gary Parr, that man we were just talking about, just behind point off the bowling of Johnny Wyman. So England take their first wicket. Much needed. These first 10 overs are going to be absolutely crucial for England if they're going to make some inroads to the Australian batters who've got 175 to score. So incoming batsman,
Greg Hunt.
Greg, and he's had a reasonable tournament so far.
It's a really good tournament. It was probably underachieved, if that's what the terminology is. I wouldn't say he's thrown it away, but he's hit a couple of soft dismissals where it probably needed him to really stand up. And all in all, I'm not sure how many, we got 300 or 400 runs.
Yeah,
so
yep.
for his absolute potential. I think I do want you to, that's what when he's in his stance.
Yes, he is that. Yeah, I was just want to quickly. I made a little note there. He's so far in this competition, 192 runs, at an average of 38.4 in his 6 innings so far. So, yeah. And Cosbeadle, the man you were mentioning earlier, 252 in his 5 innings so far. 63 is his average. So he's one England will be looking to get early if he gets it.
I think that methodology also having maybe potentially from the 4 or 5 out when Cos gets in to actually just take a bit of pressure on him, off him.
Yes,
he's really puts a lot of pressure on himself to perform every game.
Whiteman is coming in from the far end.
That's not Michael Clark.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And when do you play more cricket?
I'm from Hobart now.
Okay.
So I was actually speaking to Sterling, obviously.
Yes. Yep.
Started the Beach Club yesterday. Place that is.
Yes.
He said, you're a bit of a nomad, eh? You've had a bit of a nomadic sort of career.
Uh-huh.
Don't know how long it got.
And where's your cricket being played? I mean, other than in Hobart?
So Hobart.
Okay.
Hobart now. Hobart up for 11 seasons.
Past the outside edge.
Obviously, Premier League and then there's a competition.
Yep.
The Southern Cricket Association down there in Hobart.
Right.
obviously right down the bottom of Australia, the island off the mainland.
Yes.
Yeah, very happy down there. It's paradise. Just don't tell too many people.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. We'll come on to that in a minute. And Whiteman's coming to bowl, and strong action that he has. Bit of a grunt there as he comes through.
Such strong action. A little bit, a former South African bowler. It reminds me of quick and strong on his name. Just got away from me. He used to sting in like that and come back on the back foot and let him rip.
Not Brian McMillan, no.
No, a little bit of it.
In that sort of era?
Yeah. He was white.
He was down at Greenpoint Cricket Club actually the other day for the, I think it was for the pull there, nicely pulled. One thing I do struggle to do is pick up where the ball is on the ground. Have you been finding that throughout the competition? This pink ball against the green grass or the blue sky, it's just very difficult to pick up.
It's like particularly hard when it's in the air. And like the other day, there was no clouds in the sky. It was particularly hard to pick up depth.
Yeah, depth, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
Just because we're getting older as well.
Australia moved on to 8 for the loss of 1 wicket after 4. And I was going to say, ask you a little bit about cricket in Tasmania. The Cricketers Club New South Wales, who I play for, and when I lived in Australia, and I'm going on tour with. They've been down and they've played a tour recently. I think it was last year they played a tour.
In Hobart?
Yes.
Yep.
Did you manage to get a game against them?
No. So that's the thing. They're not there's not many touring sides as there used to be.
It's just coming across his stumps there, isn't he? Just got to be careful of that. Yeah. And you say there's not as many touring sides. Is that from Australia or just generally sides coming to Australia?
I think Hobart.
Okay.
It used to be like Country Week. Teams from all over the state was the big deal.
Okay.
Like regional sort of tournament that sort of stuff, and then the touring sides have sort of flopped on the back of that.
Yep. It's nicely played.
Massive.
Yeah.
I've played there a few times, 95 and 96. I'm telling my age now, but both in London and.
Which sides in the UK did you play for?
Harrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still. I think it's as strong now. I don't know if it's in the Middlesex League or not.
I think they're in the Middlesex League now, rather. Yeah. And who did you play for in Bolton?
Greenmount.
Okay.
I think they're in that league now. They've found their way into second division.
Very good.
I think it's at Snyder, something like that.
Yes.
And it's just made it.
Yes.
I've been hooked from the Dolphins team.
Yeah.
Something he was at pro and he broke all sorts of records.
Yeah.
It's the second division. No one offset with him to get those top runs.
That's quite a well-trodden path for a lot of Australians to come and play cricket in the UK, and equally for a lot of these guys who've either played in South Africa or they've come over for a couple of seasons and played in Australia when they were young.
It's the beauty of this competition, isn't it?
And that's gone up in the air. That should be out. Gary Park's under it. So the shorter ball has worked for Brooksbank. And that's the end of Ryan Armstrong. So he's out earlier. I think it was a surprise ball there, but I've not seen George Brooksbank bowl that all tournament, actually. So England needed something there. Australia 2 down so far. And I know it's very difficult being up here commentating and seeing your fellow players going out. So don't worry, I understand exactly what it's like if you go quiet.
I'm actually feeling a bit sick.
No,
I'm only joking.
Yeah, I can only imagine that. No, but it is tough. It is tough.
Set up for that shot.
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah.
If it's replay, you can see, but he set him up for that shot. He took it out.
Yep.
That's exactly what you want on the left arm.
Yep. Into the wind and
got it right in the right.
Right in the right area.
Probably the left ear.
Yep.
So I mean, you're obviously going to be tempted at length. But these guys have batted together a fair bit this tournament, so it was a bit experimental at the top, but it'll work itself out.
Yep. So Jeff Hemmings, the new bat-in for Australia.
Quality cricketer. But he played a lot of cricket in Sydney, grey cricket with Brandon Petersham.
Okay. Yep. Yep.
So my former club was Randwick. I'm born and bred in Sydney.
Yep. Yep.
And then moved to Tassie after a couple of stints at the Cricket Academy.
Where's
Randwick was a club, and then they merged with Randwick Petersham.
That's right. Yeah, I used to play at Mossman actually.
Mossman.
Yeah, yeah.
You do have a
Yeah.
you have a plummy voice. So,
Plummy accent from Plummy place. And he's done it again. It's gone up in the air. It's not going to go for 4.
Makes the bowler Hemming.
No, he likes the hook.
End up past that tour bus over there.
Yeah, it's a big outfield here. He's got quite a boundary there to play with. For you guys, this is probably a standard oval in Australia, isn't it? They're big ovals, aren't they? In the first grade and second grade, third grade.
Field Wellington. It's 46 metres on one side and
Yep.
54 the other. It's perfect. Good for us oldies.
That's Fuller from Brooksbank. So he's exhausted his short balls, and that's 10 for 2 so far, Australia. So England have made a really good start. That's just the start they needed. We were saying before innings closed, England needed the first 10 overs was where England needed to make their mark. If they didn't, I'm afraid I thought the Australian batsmen would just take it away from England. So still a lot to do for England, but showing a lot of grit.
It's a fairly flat wicket. Got to say, I mean, the new ball is vital.
Yeah.
It has been all tournament. I've been fortunate enough, to get 3 and 4, 5 wickets sometimes.
Yeah.
4 tricks, and that's usually.
It's really important. Yeah.
Except for the game against you guys earlier.
Yeah. So Greg Hunt's the man facing, and Johnny Whiteman's the bowler coming from the far end. Yeah, it was a great game down at Rondabosch, wasn't it?
It was a great game. Oh, was it tonight?
Possibly. That's gone down the leg.
South Africa.
Oh, yes. No run out there. Yeah, it could be. Now you mention it. Yeah.
I'll have to Thunderbolt see if
Yeah.
Never heard of them again.
No.
What a place that is.
Oh, yeah.
Years.
Yeah. But two completely contrasting grounds aren't they, in terms of size of boundary. The wicket was quite worn at Rondabosch. They'd obviously had they'd had I think a festival on there the day before, so it was watered. Big shout for LBW by Whiteman.
Saying, speaking of all the groundsmen, they've had a pretty dry summer.
Yeah.
So, basically the water table's exhausted.
Yeah.
So, this is really a picket.
Yeah, I think I'd agree, yeah. Western Province, where the final's being played on Friday, is a lovely crowd. Have you played on that?
You guys,
yeah.
South Africa's in New Zealand.
Well, they played really well actually. I think both the host nation, South Africa and New Zealand, they've had batters, dare I say it, where they've dominated. Some of the bowler, like James Marshall, with 100. England haven't. Their batters have just not dominated. I think the highest score is 71. Yeah, that was from Ben Fraser, who played as a pinch hitter. Sorry, I stand corrected there. Justin Bishop got an 80 against USA. It's going to be 2 runs. They're not running.
Okay. Might have just had an extra person or something. Quality.
Yeah. I think it's just about getting the big score, doesn't it? And so
distance.
Yeah. No, I think
usually our goal is by the top 4 the back to the end. So
you've got to stay the distance and stay in and go big. I know, that's right. Yeah.
Drink it right there.
No run.
Yeah, he played straight out of 19. So
yep. Yeah.
This nice Penix or Green, St George at the end.
First grade?
Yeah, first grade. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we had too many that hadn't played first grade at some standard.
Sure. Yeah, I was going to.
Probably he's not playing.
Yeah.
Cricket Academy Australian 19s as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask you a little bit about where the guys come from. What's the spread of cricket? Because it's nice for the viewers and listeners to know what.
Every state's represented, except for the Northern Territory and ASEC, which pretty sure if Northern Territory actually represented at 40s level
Yeah.
as yet. I'm sure that's in the wings, but ACT definitely are. But by that stage, they've usually gone to another state.
Yeah.
To play their cricket, and generally they'll stay there. But it used to be the sporties in Australia used to be dominated by a lot by Queensland and New South Wales.
Yep.
There's a smattering of South Australia and Victoria. But first year National Carnival was in November last year, and all states represented, including Tasmania. Basically, we're just a pub team. Whoever's having 41 to play, put your hand up, and a bunch of great blokes. But this year we'll take it a bit more seriously. It's in Perth this year.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good to know. So planning's already started. Nice shot on the offside through the extra cover region.
Wow.
That's the skipper. That's going to go for 4 runs. So that's really good for Australia. Nice boundary there.
Just got it wrong now. I think the
Yeah.
field square leg across almost.
Yeah.
Keep
Yeah.
the wicket there and try to get him behind squares, round square.
Yep. Yeah, I'd like to see another one on the offside, I think, for the left arm Brooks Bank. I think
Take a slip out.
definitely. I think that's too big a gap there, and it's just too inviting if Brooks Bank gets that wrong. The other thing, that's a lovely shot off the legs there, just for the single down there, is that it's very well established, isn't it, like Masters cricket? And so you've got the Masters, which is over 40s, I believe, and then you've got what you call the Classics over 50, or
Sure, I think it's all in the veterans tag, but
okay,
probably Masters. But so she's done a Hemi here. It's for late
Oh, yeah.
tournament.
yep,
She's 26, it looks like.
who knows?
Cracking bloke. Did introduce myself a couple of times to him.
George, yeah, he's cracking. You left
Yeah,
armers
as
keep
well.
together.
I do. No, he's cooked that.
So he's very wise to hold off on that.
There's some beers to be had later on.
So that's very unfortunate and a shame for George Brooksbank, who's played most of the games actually. I think this is his 7th. Let me just check that. Yeah, it is. I'm just having a quick look at the bowling stats for George. No, I've not put the number of games down, but he's bowled a lot of overs, so he's going to go off.
Well, he did get him through well at previous game. Playing against him. Got through really well. Just today, he's just put it down a pace.
Looks like we brought Gary Praktol. Yeah, something order.
Is it too soon?
Yeah, too soon. Ben France is the man.
It's a bit leverage played that.
No, he hasn't. No, it's right. Change of bowling then. So Gary Park is going to carry on for George Brooksbank. They thought in the group stage. The money there. Yep, you've got Gary Park, who's played, obviously Darren Stevens, you know, is the first slip.
A bit of fanboy. See,
He's a good guy, he's a great guy. And
I had a couple of stories from
yep,
Damien Wright, who's a Tasmanian fellow Tasmanian.
okay,
Chatted for a couple.
that's nice.
Over in on there, but stuff on.
And also Nick Compton, who actually did a little stint on the commentary here as well, who was brilliant.
12 tests.
16, I think.
16.
For England,
Wow.
yep. And probably should have played more. It came quite late to the stats. I've got a bunch here, but
34 or something.
yeah, he did very well.
Except when they were turning them over fairly often.
Yes,
Just trying to find.
find what that winning combination was, and I think a lot of it at that stage must be, not that I've ever asked the question actually of those professionals who played Test cricket, is what is it that you've got to have to stay in that zone? Is it the mental attitude? You've got to keep doing that training? If you have a few, a trot of a few bad scores, how do you pick yourself up?
Blade factor, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Package,
absolutely. Yeah.
all that.
Yep.
If you like to go out and have a drink and socialise as such, game days or 4-day games during the game, you've got to give back.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. 17 for 2 after the 7th over. So Greg Hunt, sorry, is 4. Jeff Hunt was the Formula One doctor and driver, actually. And Eddie.
I knew a few of those guys, but we didn't do Zoom meetings prior. Because Australia's so large, we can't exactly just go, we're near the Gold Coast. Some around.
Yep. Yes. And
That's a good bloke. So
yeah, yeah. No, absolutely. That's what you're saying. Yeah. 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 Absolutely. Well, it was a golden era, wasn't it, for Australian cricket? In terms of the your build-up, you mentioned about you guys getting together. What's the selection process then for the Australian over-40s going to be, do you think, going forward, bearing in mind the age range of the players, and they're going to be more, hopefully, from this World Cup that we'll want to see them, representing their country and being part of this tournament?
So I think this what it's sort of done is pave the way. Tournament. National tournament again in November. So what they're trying to do, and we're speaking about this actually, about the selection criteria going forward, just to say, right, okay, here's a template. You have to have played an overseas game, so an over-40s game of some standard, if not the Nationals.
Yes.
So look, in New South Wales, Queensland, it's quite frequently they can get together and play. Tassie do have a bit of a competition, but they're fighting out this season. So hoping that we can actually start that again on the back of what we're trying to achieve here, and hopefully make it, if we do take 2 sides to Perth in November, that actually there could be like, a first team and then social.
Yep.
It's every state, every state.
That wind's just got up, and our technical Nate has just lost his hat over the side screen. Yeah. 823 against Paul. Off chip minor counties. Yeah.
So
very talented cricketer.
Why couldn't he then get a kick? Is it just was he comfortable and
possibly? It really depends on the age, really. Work. Yeah, there's a lot of competition, I'd say, in terms of your all-round ability. So he's a very tidy wicket-to-wicket bowler.
They do get missed 8 games, don't they, as part of that?
Yeah.
First 2
games. Yes. Yeah, the minors, that used to be a bigger thing, actually, but they certainly do, and they have combined minor county sides.
Yep.
But no, I think the minor counties competition, there's a lot of time spent on that as well, and the guys probably feel they're getting, they've not made it by their probably early 20s then. Like you were saying about everyone playing first grade, when I was Mossman, and talking to, it's just gone through the slip region, through Darren Stevens, and won't go for 4. Johnny Whiteman's the man. Just going to pick that up. It's got to save the 3, though. It's a good throw in there. So that just went past Darren Stevens on his right. It's like that was a missed chance there for England. They want a good first grade career.
Yes.
Playing state or internationally for their country. The one thing they do, when I was talking to Warwick Adlam, you probably know Wick, and he would always, he's doing very well, this young man.
Yep.
They want to have a good first grade career. And I always remember him saying that to me. I personally never played first grade, but watched a lot of it.
Yep.
And
Right.
yes, that's right. Yeah,
Oh, that
yeah,
Oaks Pub, no doubt.
yes,
Sit for a couple of seconds
yeah,
there.
yeah, absolutely.
Time to go back. Mum, Dad, Western Sydney, Western Hills, and yeah, it's gonna go to days. Actually, can't wait. So I try to go there for a short time, and mate, it's literally around the corner.
It's a little bit of a here. Well, you don't do everything here. Paper, monitors.
Justin Portman playing today.
Yep.
Captain and captain of the Australian 19 system cricket academy. That was straight into state, straight into the state. Stopped that years ago. They played it to Brisbane and Centre for Excellence. They call it. Players on the fringe.
That's going to be a wide.
Average age in Sheffield Shield is about 20. People that are just on the cusp, they're a bit older, so then what are they going to do? They'll stop playing club cricket, so then the club cricket standard then drops, and then people aren't going to be around the clubs as often. So
that's the beauty of this competition. Is a nice shot there on the offside. Nick Compton, the fielder. Well, it gives their players an opportunity to represent their country if they haven't made it at first class level, and also, I mean, it challenges some of the players that have played first class, as you've seen from this competition. Don't always, it's not a given to get runs, is it? And wickets.
It's very little. It doesn't matter what. Personally, I played 30 odd games at Tassie, and my last game.
That's balled nicely.
20 odd years ago. 9 knee-ups in between, and sort of that's the reason I wanted to come back, and I'm still bowling well, and I want to really test myself.
How many games have you played in the competition?
6, I think.
Okay.
I played 6, yeah.
That's good. That's really good.
6.
So this is your first game?
No,
Oh, you had a...
team.
Okay. Well, I think some over-40s in New Zealand. Whiteman's gone short. That's probably not the best ball to bowl to these two. As you were saying, they like it short. They'll be used to that. Yeah.
Laps it up.
Eddie was wicket at ball in.
Eddie,
Yeah, yeah.
love it.
Yeah.
But that's it. Let's go and see.
Yeah.
Time to get this age. You've got a story. Why didn't you?
Yes.
Why didn't you necessarily kick on? Did family get in a way? Get in a way, or just went good enough and then kept playing and you're good enough now? That's really interesting. I do enjoy that fact. And
Yeah, no, very much so. Let's feel that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, he's almost approaching the over 50s, actually.
Played unbelievable.
47.
His best season 2 seasons ago.
That's right. Yep, yep.
Top 5 Wisdom cricketers of the year.
Correct.
Found his way to the dole queue.
Yep.
I don't think he'd be short very quick though.
Well, I hope he's well set. He's doing some coaching with the champion himself at the time. I think also champion just the game. He was Gloucestershire. So he was working with some of the Gloucestershire bowlers. So they've got runs all set up there. And one of the more sort of minor main counties. That's great piece of building from par. Looking well set, not wishing to put the commentator's curse on them, but looks as though he's got some lovely timing there. There's another example of that. It's just driven out. It's run all the way with wind to 4. So beautiful, wasn't it? Just easy as you like. Very easy on the eye, Greg, as a batter.
So we're through for England. Very good in pre-season. They're still obviously April would be when they come out to play.
Yeah.
Is there an over-40s competition? Is there a national competition as such?
But actually, Fraser's just coming in. And that's play. There's going to be could be 2 there. No, just a single. Nick Compton's the man. Yeah, yeah. It's very early doors actually. I mean, over 40s in England only started last year, so they've they've only had 4 games. They won 2, lost 2. They lost to the MCC, put out. And some of the guys played. It's like it was. I mean they were just trying out players really. So this, like you were saying earlier, is going to be the start of players. Hopefully, good club cricketers and probably some ex-Test and county cricketers, if they're keen. I mean, I think it's lovely the fact that you can get the mix. You can get the guys like Nick Compton, Darren Stevens, who bring their experience.
Like county cricket or minor county.
No, not too many. Most, I would say, probably that, and they've played together through the county system.
Yes.
And then it's word of mouth. So just a single there, Johnny Whiteman. Absolutely, yeah. Yes. Yes, as
it is like plus 25 or 26 years, so it's like that's a 60-degree swing.
Temperature swing, 32 for 2. Australia, so they've recovered nicely. Very well poised. Crucial that so they make some inroads here. Hunt on 13 and Jeff 12. These 2 too wide. And
former English Test bowler, always bowled second, something like that.
Yep, that wasn't. Yes. Yeah, from
the Ashes to
Johnny Whiteman's country as well, or
right?
world, I should say. Yes. Chris Hewson, that's much better. That's nicely whipped off the legs. That's Chris Hewson. He's chasing that. He should get that. Just pick that up. And that's like Chris. Yeah, it's super lad. And yeah, he runs quickly for a big lad. I didn't know.
Hog-tied by yourself. That's I club it too.
You know more about the England team than I do.
Fanboy stuff. Yeah, you do see like this guy was Kent.
Yeah, very good cricketer. Nice, yeah, just past the diving. Taylor.
It's now for about 5 seconds. Obviously, in the first year, Kevin is a bit of a coach.
Well, it's going to be caught. Oh, he's dropped in. Wasn't given us a note either. It came right at the bottom of the bat and should have probably gone for 4 or 6. But...
Hey, Mo, I can't wait to watch the replay, brother. He loves watching the replay for himself.
We'll probably have a replay actually through your team.
Watch it with him.
Talk us through that.
It's a little bit of your not that first take. He's taken out. Well, he's actually Darren Stevens' personal trainer at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Back in England. Bit of a shout out. Yeah, Marcus, cracking fella and very good like exercise physiologist. There's not too much he doesn't know. Obviously, I think
Must help him with his golf as well, because Darren Stevens is a gun golfer. Yeah, he's a little bit less than that. I think he's played a scratch. And we've had a couple of rounds with him, and he's not taken all the prizes, but he was in the Masters winning side for England in the golf. And that's short, and that's pulled away. That is meat and drink. It's not going to go. I think the man's just coming round, and he's picked it up. Oh, foot just lifted. That's Ben France, who's the man down there who's come on as the stop fielder. Great shot that. Pulled that, as you were saying.
yeah, he led his other from shot him out. Just not go up in the wind. Or he doesn't get back.
29 to is the score of 11. So, and they get over this weekend, Saturday morning, same with us.
Supposed to be out. Yeah, so see, most of the boys got fly Singapore and
Yep. Yes.
Wales at the moment.
That's the orcas, I believe.
Orcas, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just smashing them and
they're taking take out their lungs.
is that right?
Yep. Yep. And the
Did it take
great
that
whites
far?
have moved down further. So they've taken a lot of the great whites. So it's just gone down the leg side. Yeah, we were having a conversation with a Cape Tonian
Is that right?
about that. Yeah, just that subject actually. The orcas, like they in the Mediterranean, the orcas have been doing a lot of damage to sailboats, taking out.
Wow.
Yeah,
They got no
taking out the rudders and no, not really.
no one's biting an orca.
No.
Maybe old age. That's the only.
Bishop to continue. It's a big shout for LBW.
For the outside leg.
Yep.
Still see all three stumps from here.
So he's making a little bit of an impact.
So it's really hard to go across the line on them.
Quick look at that. The score there. Sri Lanka were doing very well actually. 252 for 10 all out. Sorry, at Cape Town Cricket Club.
Wow, that's a good score.
No, I apologise. That was a little earlier. That can't be right. Sri Lanka are playing India. That's right. That's drinks now, so we'll take a short break and we'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Appreciate it.
Welcome back, and it's Andrew Downton and myself.
Downton Abbey, yeah.
Or Downton Abbey, yep.
That's
Your Lord of the Manor.
Oh, absolutely.
Ben Fraser to continue.
That show has made my life easy. Having to, like I say, it's not downtown or
That's it, yep.
No, all my relatives all from Bournemouth. Their
Are
father's
they?
born and bred in England, yeah.
Yep.
Down Bournemouth, and
You still got family in England?
not that I know of, but Paul Downton, I was saying, is a
Distant cousin?
cousin, yeah. But
Your wick-
it's obviously
Wicket keeper, that's right.
He was born in Bournemouth as well. So.
Absolutely, yeah. Just single then. Nick Compton down at the mid-wicket region, slightly deepish.
Big building that took it on. Like Pickett is exactly in front of the guy on
Yep. Probably like to see him a little bit squarer there. Just there. Just there. Yeah, right on the corner of that square. Rather than... He's a bit straight there, isn't he, what you're saying? That's his shot.
He's going to come in straight towards the side screen down at long run.
Yeah.
But they'll make fools out of us and go straight down his throat.
Yes, that's right.
Cricket's got a funny way of doing it.
It has, certainly. Ben Fraser's bowled very well in this competition.
Who's the skipper?
Chris Swallow, who is down, I think, at...
He's off spinner as well.
Yes, he is. He does bowl or spin, and he's at the short extra.
It's funny, after the game of London's watching that, they had the music on.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, we might have had a couple more than we usually do. The opposition, everyone's getting on well. And selfies from Darren Stevens and Andre Neil, as you do.
Yes.
And then I love the song Wagon with Darius Rucker.
Oh, yes.
Country.
Yes.
Anyway, Skipper comes along and goes, "You like, this song's like, hey, do I know it?" It's never in my wildest dreams, but I thought I'd sing at Ronda Bosch, country and western and Aussie. I've got another one up our sleeve for later tonight, but a chicken fried.
Brilliant. Mate.
Any common threads that you must say, like
Yep.
a lot of these guys have played cricket in Sydney, or they're around people that we know and
Yes.
I've coached recently.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. We've got change of bowling, so it's that Man Park again. It's coming on. We might...
Richard Wild and I'm coming out into the side screen.
Is Richard... he's English by ball,
He
isn't he?
played,
I
played
think
a bit,
so.
a bit of minor county, so he's got he's played a couple of stay.
Yep. Just moving the side screen. Knots, is it?
Nottingham, yeah. So, but it might have been Knots, and I'm not sure who he played minor counties for to get those two List A games back in the NatWest.
So they're not splitting the side screens; they're just keeping them together.
It's definitely a character of
Just wants them closed up. The batter. Greg Hunt, sorry, I keep calling him Jeff Hunt. Greg Hunt is the... Oh, it's just turned off. Again, that looks a bit too easy, that single there.
Skinner, isn't he? Just skidding up nicely now.
Yeah.
Not a lot of shape. It's going to be hard to shape it away as he was. Wind's just starting to pick up a little bit, coming across left to right on the screen. Say that, I'm slightly away, so that's dead.
You were asking about the skipper, Chris Swallow. Sorry, who's at mid-off now?
Country fan, there you go.
Yep.
You probably don't know about him.
No. Plays his cricket at Copdock and Old Ipswichians.
Yep. So that's.
You try and say it now. You've had a few beers.
I'll let you have a go at that one. But no, he was saying a young kid who I've had a bit to do with in Tassie and through the Century competition, which I'll talk about in a minute. Tim Oakley played for his club and quick down in Tassie.
Yep.
Unlucky not to get a contract last year, and it's going pretty well this year. I don't know if he'll stick it out in Tassie or head back to Adelaide. He might even head back to.
Face off the ball, and he bowled very well actually.
There's definitely a pace on the wicket, I think. I feel that. Stevens, come on.
He bowls that sort of nagging good county length, doesn't he? Just short of a. He's very stump to stump,
Yep.
and just short of a good length for you to drive.
And good penciling for 2 or 3 wickets.
Yeah,
Sure, he's going to blow anyone away, but
that's good running by the Australian batters there. That looked very easy actually for them.
going on nicely now. Just going to not give it away, which they have been giving it away in previous games. They're just going to get harder on themselves. That was a bit of a theme as well.
Yep.
Just one of the top 4 just to get it done.
Yeah, 60 for 2 now, Australia, or 17. Greg Hunt, 24 or 45. And Jeff Eddie Hemming, 26 or 33.
So about 15 off what, 22 overs, is it? Something like that? No.
Yeah, still plenty of overs. 28 overs left.
Sorry, went the other way.
Yep.
Mortgage by trade, how am I going? No calculator, that's what it is.
And Chris Wallow's coming on. He's bowls his right arm off spin. England have got a deep square, deep mid wicket, long on.
So he's too straight. It's just
Popped into his hands. I think at the moment it's more likely the Australian batters are got to get themselves out rather than England are going to get them out, if you know what I mean. It's that sort of wicket, isn't it? They're just going to easily punch that around. How do you put pressure on as a bowler now, Andrew? Yeah, yeah.
Max try to play at the top. I'd probably bring him in mid on up.
Yeah,
try to
I agree. Yeah.
You got protection there, cow and fine leg.
It's good use of the feet
So
there.
bring him in on up there, it stops.
Yeah.
Almost have a guy on the wicket.
Yep.
Bring him in on up and actually try to get him square up. Which brings LBW into play.
And also the stumping as well, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yep. So getting him to come down the track. And that's well bowled. Just got under the bat. Sean Park, the keeper there, quickly on it.
Commentator's curse right there.
Yeah. Well, there's no ploy here on my part to try and affect a wicket.
Clark, I'm in now. Hunter's back.
More watchful there. And that's very well bowled. You see, that's what I was saying. His bowls are very, very tidy off spin there.
Curve in the air as well.
Yeah.
As he releases the
ball. Yep. It's keeping the batsman guessing. So 62 for 2 off 18. Still a number of overs here for Australia to bat. What a setting here.
Mate, it's funny. So every top of my mark, every first ball before the ball's been bowled, Penno, who's the captain today, Finelli, we always just have a moment of just sitting back and going, how good is this?
Have a look round.
Get for Queensland and say, just so picturesque and so different than everything we've been involved with.
Oh, that's nicely played. There is a man down there.
So you could bring him onto the ring, which would then stop that one. If I was England now, I'd almost just go with a ring and make us try to force it over the top.
England certainly need wickets. Can't allow this partnership to continue much longer.
Especially the way he's bowling back from length.
England has still kept the slip in. They're obviously still persisting with that. That's just a little bit too short, I feel. Not really going to bring the slip into play, I don't think. I'd probably like to see Darren Stevens come on at this point. And I think so pivotal now, this part of the game for England. If they're going to use their talisman. Chris Hewison there, getting all of his frame in front of that ball.
Big boy.
He was down on the beach yesterday, topping up his tan with Mr. Stevens. Don't tell Mrs. Stevens. It's a hard life being out here and lots of cricket.
No. It's games every day and it's training sessions every day. It's no dinners at all, Mr. Stevens. Been absolutely magnificent to say. It's been well run so far.
Yes, you mentioned about Sterling. He's the chairman of the IMC, and I call him Sir Roger Mobb, who is the organizer, the South African organizer. He's been unbelievable in his organisation. And I was over here, I was just saying, well, we were off air for the Over-50s World Cup, and one of the England players, I think it was Stephen Foster, who's one of the top players in the Over-50s. He called him single, as in single malt, because that's a big shout for LBW, and he's been given out. So that's the third wicket for 64. Not entirely sure whether the batter felt that he'd got a bat on that. But England have taken the wicket, and that's been given, so it's pivotal in the game here. And Gary Park is the man to make the breakthrough.
I just played across that. I don't think he did get a bat on that. He would have known it. He would have waved the bat at the umpire, so to speak. But look, good stuff at stump bowling. We're saying he's bowling a bit short and must have hurt us.
Well, if that has affected the change, if that has affected the change, then it's good for England. So new bat in is Denny Batra.
From Sydney, Australia, obviously.
Where does he play his cricket?
So he's Australian. So he plays in the Shires.
Oh, yes.
They've got a pretty strong. So in Sydney, they've got really strong over-40s competition. There's about 18 clubs or something.
That's the Masters comp, isn't it? I played with Mossman.
And it's growing strength to strength.
Yeah. And the quality of the cricket's good, isn't it? Yeah.
It is. It's good. And reconnecting.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the theme of our Australian national tournament was all about, again, that reconnecting, meeting new players, new people. They've still got a passion and still good enough to play and fit enough to play, or fitish to play.
Yep.
And mental health, that's huge. Getting out and being active.
Yeah, very much so. And you play a slightly different format there, because I remember when I played for Mossman in that, with Wick and a few others like Andy Verasdi and Paul Gavosso. It's 35 overs in Sydney. I don't know if that's gone up in terms of the number of overs, and you had to retire as well.
Yes,
so it gave an all-round experience. It's 45.
I think it's 45 overs, retire at 40.
Okay.
Overs, retire at 45.
Slightly changed then.
Yeah, I think it's retire at 45 for overs. Some people, Cos was speaking to him about this in Max, Cos Peter.
Yep.
Yeah, he was saying that generally folks try to get the 39 and then hit 6.
Oh, yes.
Knowing that can come back potentially.
Yes, of course, yeah. Sorry, yes, you're right. It was 40. Just my old age and poor memory. So a little change of bowling here is from the skipper Swallow. It's just changed the emphasis a little bit. Greg Hunt has not gone into his shell, but he's very watchful. He's just waiting for that bad ball. That's nicely played.
Deep on that.
Yeah, a little bit of consolidation required here. Strathfield are very strong, aren't they, in the
Shires.
Masters comp?
Yep, Shires competition.
Yep. Nice dive to the left. That's Ben Fraser, the man there. Just throws it helpfully into the knee of
Gotta love that as a
skipper. He
Yep.
looks up at the sky and big smiles all around, which is what it's all about. You know, it's as you were saying about that reconnection. It's really important.
Yep.
And the enjoyment of the game, because we're all amateurs now. I guess we've got nothing to prove other than to ourselves, haven't we? And
absolutely, we're still competitive. I mean, firstly across that line, and I don't want to.
Of course, yeah.
Do anything to win, but then cross the white line on the other way, or the yellow rope here.
Yep.
the other way, and then first one to buy your beer.
And same after the game. Yeah, absolutely. So,
yeah, some people get it wrong, and I spoke to Andre now about it. I said how he went about it, and he said I just didn't worry, polarise people.
Danny Batra's first ball, not hanging around there.
Extremely good at working the ball into gaps, Danny. So look, he's probably not going to be a big 6-hitter or prolific 4-hitter as such, but he will find a gap and he will run hard and get those 2s, and if not 3s. I'm sure Hunty's going to run 3 of them.
That's well bowled by Gary Park. Gary was on our wine tasting tour yesterday and took on the challenge of 5 crackers in his mouth, eating them, and a glass of wine, and he did it.
Oh, did he?
That's it. Pulled. There's no man out there. Might just get round to that. It's Ben France who's the fielder. Yeah, I think there was 500 rand in the kitty for him, but he took on the challenge, so he managed five crackers, about that sort of size, and a glass of
chewing the crackers first.
Chewing the crackers first,
okay,
and then having a glass of red wine after that. Yeah, it was very dry, but he did it with about a second to spare. So, and that's a great shot. That's going to be 4 runs. So. 4 to Australia. Danny Batra's opened his account with a 4 through the extra cover region.
Great shot there. Just over pitched and beat short cover and doing what Danny does. Just he does hit gaps. Extraordinary how he hits a gap.
Yep. As you were saying, he finds those beautifully. And the lovely thing about that was we all put in a bit of cash, but Gary gave it all to the host, who was and a shorter one there. So that's really well bowled. Batra didn't see that. And Gary was just letting him know who's the boss. Yeah, no, he gave it all the money to the guide. So, so it was a tip, which was lovely, actually. So he showed us who was the boss there on the cracker eating competition. That's full. So that's the end of the over, and Australia 70 for 3.
It's pretty even now, I think. He's just probably just swinging back to England this way, the momentum.
Well,
batting man, $1.90 on chip 2.
Yeah. It looks as though it's going to be close, doesn't it? Certainly 21 overs gone. Greg Hunt is on 26. He's faced 60 balls, so he doesn't look as though he's been in difficulty, but whether he's just, playing for time, keeping the innings together.
He hasn't been as proactive as it has been in his games. That's probably something that's probably our strike rates are all probably down. Yep. Definitely down against New Zealand. It's only one batsman batted over 100 strike rate. Yeah, it's when they had to really go.
Definitely like to.
Same again against you guys previous game.
Yep. So it's good to see Chris Swallows continuing, keeping some faith in his bowling. It's a good dip there. It's good fielding by Gary Park. So England just picking up the momentum here. Throws in a short one to his brother just to let him know as well. And probably a nice wry smile there from Sean Park. And a few choice words. It's
drift, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of drift and good control from the skipper Swallow.
Flight and guile.
F&G. F&G.
Hit the moon.
Swept nicely. Nick Compton's the man who's got to come round. Compo did a little bit of commentating as well in the England.
Play out of first class cricket.
No, he's had a lot of cricket. He's played every game in the tournament for England. That's a lot of cricket as well. He must be feeling a little bit of wear and tear.
He's a lot of cricket when you think about it. Not just that, it's a warm-ups, it's getting to the ground.
Yeah, he played in the warm-up as well, so he's had 8 games in about 12 days.
Jet lag's the one. It took most of us about a week to actually sleep beyond 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things that we don't have is the jet lag from the UK with only 2 hours difference. It's good bowling from Chris Swallows, keeping things tight here. So starting to build up some momentum for England. 22nd over.
We're about 9. It feels like 90 sometimes.
Yeah.
It's just hard to get used to it.
There we are, 72 for 3 off 22. So 23 overs left, still a long way to go. What's the number of runs required now? It's going to be about 100, isn't it? Just 175 was the total. So a quick look at some of the other games, just to keep you posted. Obviously, we're interested in this as the main fixture. This is for 3rd and 4th place playoff, if you're just tuning in the Over-40s World Cup in Cape Town. Oh, that just took off. In South Africa, it's the inaugural World Cup for the Over-40s. So it's been brought together quite quickly. All 12 nations taking part. Had some preparation, I think probably some more than others. Just that's going to be a wide. Just looking at that India score, you know, we were talking about Andy before. 144 all out, India. Sri Lanka 116 for 6. So that's shaping up quite nicely there after the first. Yeah. Yeah, 23.2 overs gone there. A little bit slower delivery there from Hull. Batra was just looking down as that came through. And no run taken, although there could have been. Bishop just came round quickly to pick that one up. 73 for 3, Australia. Is this going to be the 2-run nail biter that we had in the?
Don't tell me.
In the group stage.
Don't have me batting, so a chance of winning. Trying to get my fanboy Stevens out of the ground first ball. What a silly thought. It's my moment. I'll be getting out swinger. It's like he wasn't swinging my way. It's actually it's almost like an off pace.
Yep.
Or an undercutting ball that she's actually got to swing away.
In the UAE against Canada, UAE 269 for 8.
Wow.
That's a big score of 45, and the Canadians 102 for 3 off 21. So they're going good guns. They're probably nearly halfway there. And
for Canada,
for Canada is Sajid Gill and Rabia Dillon.
Okay, so maybe their guns are out potentially.
Yeah,
Canada,
a little bit of a
fair bit of time for them.
Devasetti, who was injured.
Yeah,
he didn't play against England. Manpreet Kaur did. He's got 51.
Yep.
Budarasangi got 19, and then it's there's a few between Gill and. That was
Yusuf, their bowler as well. He's another policeman. They call myself a policeman 11 at this Over-40s World Cup.
Yep. Yeah.
So don't call me.
They are, yeah. Although we didn't see a lot of them, I think they've got a big tour party and they're staying in the self-contained apartments. USA are also here.
Of you guys.
Probably.
Probably just getting under the wing and taking advantage of it.
Yeah. Well, a lot of them don't drink, and so I think you can probably see that.
Through.
Yep. Just a single.
Finally.
Yep. Got through Gary Park there. He's
I'd
been.
just see something a bit more attacking there and just having a guy just on the wicket, just roughly where Hunt is now.
Yeah.
Probably a bit closer, and then having that where the guy long on is, where Park is now. Just being a little bit
Definitely.
more attacking. So you've already got the. Make them go to the top.
Yeah, yeah. More traditional mid-on.
These two won't go over the top of mid-on.
No. Well, no, because you're then challenging them to use their feet, aren't you? Come down the wicket, or wait for the bad ball. And Chris Swallows bowled a good length. Nice little bit of loop there on that one.
He's hitting the moon, isn't he?
He is.
The moon.
Hit F&G.
Yep. F&G, Flight and Glide. Guile. It was Guile,
Guile.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
I used to say that.
And he quickly gets through his overs. He's deceptive, actually. A little bit quicker there. Oh, that's well played by Batra. That could run away for 4. No. Bishop's just getting after it. Is he going to make it?
Oh.
So Bishop has done that. We couldn't quite see because the sight screen obscured our view.
3 again.
3 more to the total. 77 for 3. Australia just moving on nicely. Not too many loss of wickets here. And that's a nicely played into the onside. Very watchful from Hunt.
It's 50-50 position, isn't it? You can either go for it or consolidate and be there at the end now.
He's gone into his shell a little bit, Hunt.
Yep,
And that's nicely played. And that's where I think England have got to keep that really tight. So that'll be 78 for 3 at the end of that 24th over. Chris Swallow, who's bowled very well. No wicket for 9 runs.
Even that last ball then, just a bit more attacking, bringing up mid-off and challenging him to hit over the top and not give away the easy single.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see Steve Naylor bowl a little bit as well. He bowled in the group stage game, bowled very well at the end, didn't he? Bowled very tight. That looks like a wicket's gone down behind us, Zimbabwe.
A tap on from the
Taken another wicket.
The bowler. Hit back at the bowler and then tapped it on. Luckily he just caught the tail end of that. Just thinks it's go time, so he's thinned it out to just forward square there for 2.
Just checking up how many.
Down to 32 now, Hunt. Trying to stretch the legs.
Yep, I think we're back on.
Microphone just had a stretch and we're back.
A few technical issues there. Have you found the commentary? Are you enjoying it?
Loving it.
You have to watch every ball, don't you? But it's great to have a bit of banter in between. And
must admit, I'm not the greatest cricket watcher when I'm just over there with the lads. And got me a bit of a pest, and other things, just to get a little bit bored. Maybe ADD kicking in or something. Park's bowled well though here.
Yeah, that's very well bowled. That's the end of the 25th over. So 82 for 3. Things have slowed up a little bit for Australia here. Chris Swallow, who's bowled 4 overs, has put the pinch on the strike rate here. He's 4 overs, 0 for 9. We need to see a little bit more of him just to keep those runs down.
Just take a slight risk here, I believe. We've got plenty of batting in the shed, so we'll probably put him under a bit of pressure here. Batra obviously will just look for the gaps, but Hunt will probably look at going down the ground to hit towards the side screen. Mid-off area.
Yep, mid-off. They got just a standard mid-off, but Batra there, quite watchful. Got a long on. Australia. I'd like to see Swallow with this, with his bowling, bowl all the way through. I think he took himself off too early against Sri Lanka.
Shouldn't it?
Yeah, he bowled again 4 very good overs, and they like the ball coming on, but some players do and don't. Like spin bowling, don't they? And others like the ball coming on quicker.
Yeah, I dare say we'd rather the pace coming on. As a collective.
Yep.
We don't really have anyone.
England just got to tighten up those singles. That's really important.
That was a cheeky single.
I'd almost bring them in a little bit more, another couple of yards, just to stifle. clinical innings there. 77
Yeah.
balls so far he's faced for his 34.
Hasn't really got going on a wicket that you can probably get going on. But he's still there, so
Yep.
that's the beauty of this game. You can make it up the back end and still be there at the end. And
So we've had some action behind us from the game
Zimbabwe's.
between Zimbabwe and the USA. Perhaps another wicket has gone down there. Oh, that's short. And that's been pulled away. Ben France is the man down there.
He's too fit for over-40s. Get rid of him. He's a good fielder, isn't he? Big boy as well. Like they're just
Strong.
swimmers back in the day or something. Broad.
Yeah, very strong. As you saw probably when he was batting, very, very correct. He also played his cricket for Derbyshire for
Did he?
For a spell, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, and probably knew Gary from those years.
Yep.
Let's have a
Just one big derby.
happy family.
Well, Michael Divenuto had a spell over there.
He did. Yep.
For a while.
So Australia 89 for 3 off 27, 18 to go. 86 runs needed with 7 wickets remaining. It's a run rate 4.78, so just under 5. England have got to work hard to get that up.
What was that required?
4.78.
4.78.
So
Okay,
5 and over.
Yep. Okay.
So very, very gettable with
On this big
wickets in
ground,
hand.
Absolutely.
Maybe that's the thinking. That's just come down the track
Stevens
there.
yet to bowl too. So.
Yeah.
Shot. Yeah, he's really tightening down. He's got to take a risk here and try to hit the side screen on the full. Just get that guy mid off back.
Seems content though,
Yeah, he
just
is.
to take the single and wait for the bad ball. There haven't been many bad balls from the bowlers.
I can only count probably 2 or 3, to be honest. That's
Yes.
earlier in the innings.
Swallows bowl very tight and tidy.
Yep, that's a bit straighter and sweeps.
Should be 2. Batter's quick between the wickets. Picked up
That's
by
what he
Compton.
does. That's his absolute skill, Basher, just finding little gaps and
Yep.
hits him in areas that are a little bit unusual. Just like that. That should have had every right to go to Compton for 1. It's just gone a little bit finer.
Mhm.
Good wrists.
Yeah, quick
Well
single
played.
again. Very well
Excellent.
played. So that's the end of the over there. It's 28 gone now. 93 for 3.
4 off, just behind the run rate. So.
Now, in Australia, you have a lot of good cricketers who play first-grade cricket. Do they all stop at, once they get over 40 or in their mid-30s?
Yeah, I mean,
I would imagine the competition could be intense.
Yep, it could be. Look, from probably experience, most guys tap out sort of in that early 30s. Obviously, families get in the way or what.
Yep.
Divorce being massive thing, they probably come back and play.
Yes.
Since COVID,
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you how many clients I have, and it's just divorces.
Right. So you're in
it's
great
life.
demand.
Oh, we're in demand. Yeah,
Cricket
it's just-
tragics are.
But we're back, and that's what I keep saying, like jokingly. I wouldn't be here if I was.
They can single again. Yep. So England might need to just readjust their fielding a little bit.
That's one of those things. I think the majority of our players as well self-employed, which
Yep.
you probably need.
Gives you time, doesn't it? You
Absolutely.
can dictate your own schedules.
A lot of guys still working from here remotely, or have staff under them that can take the load.
I'd like to see England probably bring in a player from the outfield and really squeeze this
there.
single there and bring the man in
Yep.
from deep. Just really try and do something different.
Got to do something different. He's not
Yeah.
going over the top.
No.
I mean, I won't tell England that, but I don't reckon he's going to take you over off the front foot over
That's
mid-wicket.
right. It's four
So if he come up in the ring there at mid-wicket, that's
stops a single.
to dot. I'd like to almost see point up as well.
Sorry.
I'd like to see point up, and he's got to do something
Yeah, yeah.
absolutely That's not him.
It's nicely thrown up. It's a big shout for LBW.
Yeah, just
Keep
outside
it-
the line, I would have thought. A bit high maybe as well.
Yeah, keeper didn't go up. Sean Park.
So we were saying the other day that Naylor, more appeals than the Red Cross the other day.
I see. You're not. Well, I was going to say Ben Fraser also has quite a lot of appeals, but he bowls very stump to stump. So.
Yes.
And Naylor's doing the same here. That's good bowling. That's going to be close.
Same again.
Just outside then, that must be. But that looked even closer, I would say. Naylor's got hands on hips, just looking at the umpire there.
Probably saying that it's going to miss off and leg, that one. Might have been canning straight in the middle, but might have just hit him just outside off stump.
Don't think height would have been an issue.
We know what happens next time he gets wrapped on the pads, don't we? He just walk.
Yeah, well,
generally.
Well, if it's on target and...
Oh, he's hanging out. So it was a little bit straighter, that one.
Yes. Yeah, that
The other two
certainly
started
was,
probably a little bit outside off stump, and obviously
That was a big wicket for England. They really needed that. They need something to happen. It's going to bring Cosbeadle to the wicket. Left-handed batter who scored 60 odd in the group stage game. Great knock from Batra there. Good support for the Australian team from their supporters here. So Danny Batra, LBW to Darren Stevens, scored 26 or 39, 1-4 and a strike rate of 66.67. So he's played really well with Greg Hunt, who's 43 not out at the moment off 89 balls. So really prolonged and magnificent innings from Greg Hunt, who's just in there for the long haul, I think. England need to get out Cosbeadle though. And just behind us, that looked like an amazing catch from the Zimbabwe cricketer who took a caught and bowled to take a USA wicket. So Stevens continue coming round the wicket. Wind's just dropped here. That's a little bit shorter there than probably Stevens would have liked. Stevens' bowling in this tournament has been magnificent. Prior to this game, he topped the England bowling in terms of number of wickets taken, 35 overs, 116 runs, 9 wickets. That's a great length. Just squeezed past the short extra there. Nick Compton is just patrolling that outfield. Just a single there to Cosbeadle. So Australia 4 wickets down for 109. This is the 32nd over, so it's going to be close. Hunt very, very assuredly forward on that. Wind's just dropped, as I was saying, and the heat's starting to come to the fore here. It's a lovely sunny day here in this 3rd and 4th place playoff in the IMC World Over-40s cricket competition. And that's just evaded the diving Ben Fraser there. Just a single. End of the over. 110 for 4 or 32. 13 overs to go. England need a couple of good overs here just to dampen the put the run rate up. .65 runs required in 13 overs. Naylor to continue. It's just bowled a little bit short, uncharacteristic for Steve Naylor, who's been absolutely phenomenal in this tournament with both bat and ball. That's better flight. Gary Park was scampering round, picked that up. It's gone wide of Bishop. That should be 4 runs. That's just racing away. So it's Johnny Whiteman who was trying to chase that, but that's just gone too wide of the man. So Naylor's not having the same impact that he did in the previous game against South Africa at the moment with the ball, but there's still plenty of time. He's got to find his length. Very watchful from Hunt there. And my thanks to Andrew Downton, who was commentating there. That's good. That's good bowling. Andrew took a great leap of faith coming up the 6-metre scaffolding, and then told me when he got here at the top that he was just slightly mildly concerned about heights, but he got down safely I'm pleased to say. So he's just gone back to the Australian team huddle, and that's just played down, short third. Just another single to Hunt. So thank you, Andrew, for your commentary and insight to Australian over-40s cricket. Chris Swallow just organising the field there. A few little field changes to the left-handed Beadle. So while we're just adjusting the sight screens, Stephen Baker, wicketkeeper, was out for 5 runs off 8 balls. Ryan Armstrong, no score, off 16 balls. Greg Hunt is currently 49 not out off 96 balls with 3-4 so far. Jeff Hemming, good knock there, 28 off 36 balls with 1-4. Danny Batra, 26 off 39 balls with 1-4, and Cos Beadle is in. He's only faced 2 balls.
Quickly go check for us if power is back.
England really need another wicket here. They need the wicket, big wicket of Cos Beadle. Field spread for him. Got a long on, deep extra, deep mid wicket, and deep backward point. Sorry, deep backward square. And that's 50 runs for Hunt. So Greg Hunt, well played. 50 runs. We'll give you the stats in a minute on his innings. So exactly 100 balls, 3 4s, no 6s, and a strike rate of 50. So well batted, Greg Hunt. Slightly now, it's 5.36. What are the bowling changes going to be now? Ben Fraser's still got 4 overs left. He bowled very tidily. 0 for 23 so far. Justin Bishop's only bowled 2, but I'm not sure they'll bring the left arm of Justin Bishop on. Darren Stevens has bowled 3, 1 for 13, so he'll keep going. Steve Naylor's bowled 0 for 19 off 5. Chris Swallow's bowled very well, 0 for 14. And Johnny Whiteman so far 1 for 18 off 5. And George Brooksbank, who had to go off, he was injured, 1 for 10 off his 3.2. Finally, Gary Park, who bowled the 2 balls remaining, 4 balls remaining from George Brooksbank, 5.4, 1 for 1. Sorry, 1 for 15, I believe. 1 for 15, that's right. Oh, that came back nicely. That was good bowling from Stevens. Hunt's in no rush. There's plenty of time, plenty of wickets in hand for Australia here. Momentum building a little bit. Maybe for England, run rate just going up. A little bit more scoreboard pressure. Oh, it could be a run out here. Oh, it's not, and that's been thrown, and it's been given out, so Beadle's run out. Beadle's been run out. Beadle has been run out, given run out by Abdullah Steenkamp. So the England players have taken the 4th wicket. Maybe the bat was in the air, but he's been given out. Little bit of dismay there from Beadle.
Zayleton.
So that was a good throw from, I think it was Justin Bishop was the man at the short extra. So that, I think, is the 5th wicket. So we're just waiting for a little bit of lag on the scores here from the scorer to where we are. I think that's 5 wickets down now for Australia. Just waiting for the scores to catch up. Well, Cosbeadle's certainly out, and it was 119 for 4 beforehand, so it's 119 for 5 now. England have done a lot better on the extras in this game. Only 6 extras so far. So Darren Stevens has affected another wicket there. That's very well bowled. His tail is up. A little spring in the stride and in the follow through there. $119 for 5. 9.2 to go. That's a nice shot on the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs. Johnny Whiteman's the man chasing, but he's not going to catch that. So the new batsman is Tim McDonald. Great shot on the leg side by Tim. Just powered that through past Ben Fraser. End of the over. 123 for 5. Australia. So Australia require 52 runs in 9 overs with 5 wickets remaining. Currently the run rate required is 5.78, so it's still very gettable. Naylor's on, the man bowling from the commentary end. 4 in the ring. That's an easy single for Hunt. Hunt needs to stay here. He's played a really good innings for Australia. Must be hot out there under that lid. He's gone about his work in a very workmanlike manner, just taking the singles and twos. Donald just coming down the track there. Naylor just letting him know, and the ball came back to him that he was there and looking for the run out. Good use of the feet there, Gary Park, just in that short mid-wicket region. It's almost wide-ish mid-wicket. And that's gone up in the air. No, it's just dropped short, well, to the right of Fraser, looking for a 2. Should get those. Throw into the non-striker's end from Ben France. 2 more runs to the total for Australia. England need to keep this tight. And that's another valuable runs. More valuable runs there. Just a single. It's a nice shot, just for a single there. Chris Hewison's the man down there. So that's the end of the over there. 128 for 5. Things starting to hot up here now. 37 overs gone for Australia. So great innings from him. Tim McDonald is on 7 of 7. Runs well between the wickets. Tim. Very quick runner, looking for every run out there. Darren Stevens to continue, just bowling into that offside. He hasn't got much protection on the leg. He's only got the steep square and the wideish fine leg. And now long on, halfway in, well, 10 in from the rope. There he is, just there. Feel that he's just got to bring that man up, put the squeeze on the bat. And he's done that, just brought that man up for the new batsman, McDonald. All that short, and that's pulled. Nick Compton should pick that up. It's going to be the single. That's a great throw from Nick Compton. Well picked up in the outfield. Saved a run. 130 for 5. Australia chasing 175 to win. Oh, that's down the leg side. Be a wide. Nicely taken by Sean Park as he came across quickly. Saved a certain 4. Great fielding from Naylor. Could be a run out. There's a mix up there. Local time here for about 4:28 and very sunny, probably in the mid to late 20s in terms of degrees. Beautiful weather here in Cape Town. That's nicely played by Hunt to the offside there. Looked very much in control of the shot. And again, he's pulled that over the mid-wicket region. That looks as though it's going to run for 4. The man, oh no, it's just going to be pulled up, sending with run 3. Whiteman was the man down there, so 3 valuable runs for Australia. Still got wickets in hand, Australia. 135 for 5 is the score. So 40 runs required for Australia. What can England do? He's just played it on again on the leg side. Chris Hewison, just the 1 run. Fear England have probably got to look at the spin option. They've still got some overs in the bank from the skipper. Now we're seeing a change here. Ben Fraser's the man coming on, bowls slow right arm. Just need to get those batsmen coming out of their crease and trying to hit over the top, probably. Greg Hunt just having a little bit of a dab of the forehead there, and quick drink. They have a little bit of a headache there. A couple of tablets. Let's just fill you in with some of the other results that we've got in the fixture behind us. Zimbabwe versus USA. Zimbabwe scored 250 for 8, and the USA are 172 for 9. So they started brightly, but looks as though they're going to fall off the pace there. They need 79 runs in 7 overs, and they only have 1 wicket remaining. So Fraser to continue from the commentary end. England probably have got to pull that man up. Need to stop the singles here. It's a little bit too easy for Hunt there. That's gone down the leg side. That could run away. Has he got anything on it? Yes, he has. So umpire's given that as 4 runs. Probably came off the glove there by the looks of things. So Fraser just strayed down the leg side in terms of line. No one down there from England. So 4 valuable runs for Australia. Is the game just going away from England here?
Oh, I'm getting back massage by both. He's getting a massage by both.
It's an easy single down to Chris Hewson at long off. And he's come down the track there, and he's put that out for 6 runs. So Hunt starting to open up, used his feet beautifully there and played that over the sort of deep mid-wicket region for 6 runs. So the Australian supporters just finding a little bit of voice. It's been a good contest between these two sides. They've played twice. Well, this is the second game between these two sides. One in the group stage, and now in the 3rd and 4th place playoff. Hunt just playing that out pretty easy to the offside there. Another run to the total. Australia now 149 for 5 as they get close to the 150 mark. Not a high scoring game here at all. We thought that we might be seeing scores of, well, I did, of around about 300, but it's just proved that good bowling and well, some indifferent batting, but the wicket looks as though it's been really good. Sort of kept the scores pegged back. So 149 for 5, chasing 175. Hunt's on 64 off 115 balls, and McDonald's on 16, and he's just played that down to the fine leg. A little bit short there from Stevens. Hewson, the man there, picks up and throws. What's the response from England here? Crowd getting a little bit more eager in the anticipation. This is the 3rd and 4th place playoff. Grand final is between South Africa and New Zealand on Friday. That's looking quite easy there for McDonald. England seem to have gone a little bit flat in the outfield there. It's not much noise now. That's pulled just to the right of Gary Park, and that's going to be 4 runs, so another 4 runs to the total. Takes Australia on to 155 for 5 off 39.5 overs. One ball to come, I think. No, 2 balls to come. Apologies. Quite see the monitor there. So it's been a very productive over for Australia. And that's well fielded by Ben Fraser, just stretching and diving to his right in front of the umpire there. Australia only need 20 runs now, or 5.2 overs. This is well within their grasp. Still 5 wickets remaining. Pulled easily onto the onside, and that's going to be, looks as though it's going to be another 4. Is Compton going to get there? Yes, he does. So he saves that. Hunt moves on to 69 off 119 balls. So a magnificent innings from Hunt here. England probably need to change things up a little bit. Skipper's loosening up. Chris Swallow, I think that's a good move. Probably a little bit too late, unfortunately. He's bowled really well in this innings and the whole tournament, and I think he's underbowled himself a little bit there. So Darren Stevens, 6 overs so far, 1 for 33. Ben Fraser has also bowled 6 overs and no wicket for 36. And it looks as though it's going to be Gary Park who's coming back. He's currently on 1 for 15 off his 5.4. So we need a bit of the Park magic. That's short, and that's pulled, and that's gone for 6. So McDonald's put that over the boundary. 163 for 5. Went right over the head of Ben France, who's down there, just in the shade of the tree. That was a really good hit, well pulled. And driven. And it's a no ball. England have only got 3 in, well, 2 in the ring actually. 3 in the ring, apologies. So the wheels have come off a little bit here. So not only is it going to be a no ball, it's going to be a free hit as well. So England have now brought up the man to the third man region, but the damage has been done, I think. Australia have gone up in the air with that. It's going to drop short. It's going to be 2 runs, so it takes the score under 167. More noise from the Australian supporters. This beautiful clubhouse at Claremont Cricket Club. Hunt still there. It's been a mammoth innings from him so far. 123 balls for 73. Darren Stevens, the man out there. Just a single. Just played down to the third man region, and that's a good, well run single. So Australia getting runs at will here. Big pat on the back for Gary Part from Ben Fraser there. Skipper Chris Swallows coming on from the far end. Score is 169 for 5 here, 41, 4 overs to go. Greg Hunt is on 74 off 124 balls. And Tim McDonald is partnering him beautifully at the other end, running hard and getting runs where required. More runs there. I think England have got to start bringing the field in at this point. There's too many gaps in the field, in the inner ring. Really got to try and put some pressure on these batters to go over the top or create something. 170 for 5. That's an easy single there. So only four runs required. That's nicely swept. Just a single there from McDonald. So it looks as though Australia are going to win third place in this International Masters World Cup playoff. And that's a shout for LBW, but looks as though that's outside the line. It's been a wonderful competition, well organised by Roger Moult and the International Masters Cricket Competition or Council here in Cape Town. That's the end of the over. We've had lots of cricket, we've had lots of great hospitality from schools, from clubs, all the premier clubs within the Cape Town region, and most of all we've had lots of great weather. So everyone will be bursting to get back to England from the England side to all the rain you've been having there. Sorry to hear that, but the boys will be back next week and looking to get forward, prepare I presume for the domestic season. It's not quite over yet here. Australia have had a good tournament. I think certainly England need to get more fielders in the ring now. There's certainly no point in trying to play or defender. They're never going to do that with Hunt in there. Gary Parker's the man. He's had a great tournament as well. That's gone up. And that could be it. So that is the end of the game. Australia win by 5 wickets. And it's now 1-1 Australia versus England. So well done, Australia. They go into 3rd position in the World Cup final rankings. Handshakes all round from the England team with the Australians there. It's been a really great contest. I hope you've enjoyed it. From myself, Anthony Wood, commentating for England from Pitch Vision here. We'll give you a little roundup on the score shortly. And there's pats on the back and handshakes all around from England. I think they've enjoyed it. Well, I know they've enjoyed it. It's been, as I said, a great tournament. It's been wonderful to have Nick Compton, Darren Stevens as part of the setup. The coaching team of Andre Nell and Luke Humphrey has been fabulous. It's been great assistance as well. Chris Mays has been outstanding as the manager for England. England unfortunately have just not hit their straps at the right time of the tournament. So let's just give you a quick roundup before we finish here. Australia have won by 5 wickets, 176 for 5 or 42.1. Stephen Baker opened up, he got 5 off 8 balls. Ryan Armstrong, no runs off 16 balls. Greg Hunt, man of the match for today, 75 off 127 balls. Jeff Hemming, 28 off 36 balls. Danny Batra, 26 off 39 balls. Cos Beadle, 3 run out, and Tim McDonald, who had a great knock at the end, 31 off 20 balls. Only 8 extras, total 176. For the bowling, George Brooksbank bowled well. He went off injured, 3.2 overs, 1 for 10. Johnny Whiteman, 5 overs, 1 for 18. Gary Parks, 6.5 overs. Well, I think it's 6.4 actually, 1 for 31. Well, maybe it is 6.5 because he bowled the 4 balls as well from George Brooksbank. Ben Fraser, 6 overs, 0 for 36. Wasn't to be Ben's day today. Justin Bishop, 2 overs, 0 for 5. Chris Swallow bowled well, 7 overs, 0 for 17. Steve Naylor, 6 overs, 0 for 24. And finally, Darren Stevens, 6 overs, 1 for 33. So that concludes the play today while the players are shaking hands. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you very much for listening and watching. And to our host, Pitch Vision, and from all of us here, well, good night.